Please switch on your video for the guys who are doing live stream.
Okay. Yes, good morning again. As I said, thank you for joining us to the second day of the 16th CSO Forum virtual meetings. Today we are going to have discussions within the Eastern African region. So I welcome all of us, wherever we are, from Madagascar to Sudan, to South Sudan, to Burundi, to Rwanda, to Kenya, and to all the other countries within Eastern Africa. Thank you very much for joining us, and we hope that we will be having very robust discussions today, at least in the next few hours that we have. Without much further ado, I just wanted to have to set the agenda and to have a board member, the management committee member, Mr. Maximilian, just offer a few welcoming remarks before we begin the sessions today. Maximilian?
I don't think he's here yet, Anita.
Okay, he's not here yet.
Yes.
All right. Felicitas is here already, though?
Also not yet, but Chengtai is present.
Chengtai is present. Okay.
Yes.
So we will begin really with the objectives for the meeting, if you allow me. Jennifer has stepped out. If you just give me a moment so that I set up.
You can go on.
Hello, Jennifer, could you please project the other screen, please, if you can? The other presentation that I shared. But I think this is okay. I think I can speak to this as well. No, there shouldn't be a problem. So, so ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, just to set the agenda for today, and to get a bit more about the objectives for this convening. So this is the 16th CSO Forum, but and to set us through the objectives, we want to understand what happened in the last 15th CSO Forum. So the 16th CSO Forum, which started yesterday, is a follow-up of the discussions of the last CSO Forum that was held in Egypt last year. And the discussions then, centered around child protection, child development, and child survival. And there were a lot of reflections on the Africa Child Instruments, the achievements and gaps, and the role that stakeholders were intended to play. So at that forum, CSOs agreed to begin thinking about the leadership and strategic planning, including capacity building development, and the organizational systems for the Secretariat as the lead for the forum. And CSOs, wanted a bit more active participation of many CSOs across the continent in the forum. So we had hoped that the 16th forum would take place in March, between March and 21st and 22nd in Addis. And the focus, of course, would have been a follow-up of the discussions of the last 15th forum, which essentially focused on the need on the child rights instruments and frameworks within the AU, within the African Union level, including the success and gaps that are there, insofar as addressing child rights issues within the continent. The agenda also then, as we had thought about it, was to aid the CSO Forum mandate and focus a bit more on the institutional direction as an entity. Of course, these were discussions that had a background in the last CSO Forum. However, you note that the CSO Forum did not take place as we had anticipated in March. due to the novel coronavirus pandemic that happened in China, that started in China at the end of 2019 and the beginning of this year, 2020. And of course, that this prompted African governments to adopt globally accepted processes to limit movement of persons. Therefore, this year's CSO Forum is expected to take place virtually. And the Secretariat, as well as child-focused CSOs and regional networks, leadership, sought to facilitate them and mobilize the participation of networks across the continent. And we agreed to have 5 virtual meetings, actually 6, including the children's convening that we later we incorporated. So we'll be having the East. Yesterday we started with the Southern African convening. Today with the Eastern African convening. Tomorrow we go to the North, and then with the other regions in tow. The aim of these sub-regional meetings really is to address the unique regional issues on thematic areas of the CSO Forum, strategic direction, and policies such as safeguarding, child protection, guidelines, resource mobilization, and registration. You will recall that this discussion started in the last CSO Forum, where NGOs wanted a bit more of strategic direction of this forum insofar as strengthening the institutional mandate of this forum to engage better with the AU African Union mechanisms. Therefore, the objectives of the current CSO, the 16th forum really is to map and learn from CSOs' contributions to the response, safeguarding and protection of child rights during the COVID-19 health crisis. You will recall that there are ongoing conversations around how do we protect the rights of the child within the continent, how do we engage with the AU mechanisms around child protection at the various levels in regard to the impact of COVID-19 on the rights of the child. And ladies and gentlemen, also you will recall that the Africa Charter is turning 30, and therefore there's need to reflect on the engagement of CSOs across the continent on the role of the achievements of the Charter so far, and our achievements as NGOs working on this area. The third is to deliberate on a clear and predictable and a well-coordinated approach by civil society in executing its mandate and adding value to stakeholders through the development of the strategic plan, and as well as looking into the sustainability of the forum, including internal policies. We have designated in the agenda today, we'll have an opportunity to contribute to the strategic direction. How do we intend to see the forum moving on from here? Then last but not least is to map, we hope that at the end of this forum, that we'll be able to map concrete ways to improve our relations and dialogue between the forum, that is the management, the secretariat, the members, and cooperating partners and key stakeholders to effectively deliver on the forum's mandate. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will see that the aim of this forum really is to get your contribution, apart from following up on the discussions from the 15th forum in line with in terms of strengthening the mandate of the CSO Forum. But we also want to get your perspectives on the Charter at 30 and the impact of COVID-19 on your work and on children whom we work to uplift in the continent. So thank you very much for that. And I want to pass this on to Felicitas Motibedi. Felicitas, you can take over the conversation from here. Thank you, guys.
Give Felicitas a few minutes. She needs to join. I've allowed her to join. Just give her a second.
Okay. All right. Is Maximilian already here? No, Max, are you there? No, he's not here yet. Okay.
Feli is ready. You can go on.
Oh, Feli's ready. Hi, Felicitas.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, so we have just begun and I have taken participants through the objectives of the meeting. So
Yes.
it is your turn now to take us through the next session, which is about the basics of the forum.
Great.
Feli, please switch on your camera for the sake of the guys who are watching us on YouTube and Facebook.
In a second, yes. Let me try and make the share. Good morning, colleagues, and I feel privileged to be part of this meeting this morning. Just a second as I share my screen. It's doing the things again. Anita, can you share my presentation?
Let me try. Jennifer, could you?
Jennifer doesn't have it. It's doing the same thing it did yesterday when it started. What's going on here? Anita, are you able? Are you making progress?
Kelly, I think Jenny had shared it. Maybe she can share again and see if that's what you wanted.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay.
So Felicitas, I can't share your screen. Mine is sort of like disabled. I have to go to.
Okay, I'm trying the side. My apologies, colleagues. And this is also freezing. Okay, let me forward it to Jenny. Are there any comments, questions, perhaps, for 2 minutes while we do this?
Yes, I think we can take questions or comments at this point on the objectives. Feel free to raise up your hand on the right side of your screen. Oh, Maximilian is here. I'm wondering whether Maximilian can speak, can say a few welcoming remarks, maybe. Maximilian? Maximilian, are you there?
Maximilian, please unmute yourself.
Maximilian, we can't hear you. You have unmuted yourself, but we can't hear you.
I think, Max, you need to leave the meeting and join again. And when you're joining, please enable your microphone and your camera, because I think you did not enable them. Just leave and join the meeting again.
Yeah, so he's left the meet. He should be leaving the meeting and joining again with his microphone on. I think let's see if that works. In the meantime, we can wait for Felicitas' presentation.
Hello.
Yes, Felicitas.
Okay, my apologies. And then the screen just went off. I think I'll have to speak without a video because it goes out. I don't know what's going on here. But I can't see the screen. Jenny?
Just give me a second. I have just seen it. Let me just upload it. So because that's what I'm doing. Is it the
Okay,
one?
thanks. Yeah, the one on setting the scene. Is the one I forwarded just now.
Okay, can go ahead, Feli.
Okay, the second slide. Second slide. Second slide, Jenny. Okay, so basically, just like Anita has indicated what we seek to achieve from this meeting, the idea of just going through this is basically to talk to those that are interfacing with the CSO Forum for the first time. But for those that are the center of this forum might find this not so useful. But we felt that because the virtual meetings, one of the good things about virtual meetings is that you can get more people participating, unlike where you have to budget about meals and all of those things. And because of that, we felt that there might be people that would want to know more about the CSO Forum. That being said, you would know that the charter was adopted in 1990 and that it then came into force the following year. However, when we look at the charter on its own, it's an instrument that holistically provides for African children's rights and welfare. And we have the Committee of Experts, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, that are a mechanism or an institution or a structure that is supposed to, or it's monitoring the implementation of this very same charter. And because of that, the structure within the Charter as well then provides for civil society organizations to be involved in that monitoring of the implementation of the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. And civil society organizations be involved as a support system to the committee. And that is how then the CSO Forum was established. And this organ was established in 2009 to provide all African civil society organizations that are working within the child sector an opportunity to be involved as part of that structure that monitors the implementation of the Charter. And as a result of having all African civil society organizations, today we felt that rather than just having all the 5 regions meeting, perhaps we need to do it by regions, sub-regions, so that we can have intimate discussions as a region in that monitoring role, discuss it uniquely to a region, so that when we come together, we would have had a discussion that is more or less speaking to similarities within sub-regions before the collective. And then as a forum, or as the Civil Society Forum, we conduct our business twice a year. Meetings twice a year. Usually we do these before the Committee of Experts sessions. So we were supposed to have met in March this year, but because of Corona and the Committee of Experts postponing their own session meant that we equally had to postpone ours. Particularly because of the agenda that we were going to be looking at the time. So when we meet twice a year, really the purpose is for us to talk about issues that are affecting the African child and then make recommendations to the very same committee. Next slide. And we as a forum, as you see the beautiful logo, we have an identity. Our vision is the full realization of the Charter by state parties and the enjoyment of rights and welfare provisions by children in Africa. And our mission is to contribute to the effective implementation and proper monitoring of the Charter as it is, and as indicated that we are a support system to the committee. Next slide. Now we have several objectives as to why the structure was then initiated in 2009. The first one is that we want to promote partnerships and networking among civil society organizations. It's the whole of Africa, it's the 5 regions. And within the 5 regions, there are similarities in the type of work that we do. There are within the 5 regions, civil society organizations that are doing advocacy would want them to partner and to network. Because when we are talking the Charter, we're talking a standardized instrument. And therefore the advocacy agenda or setting such would be similar across the 5 African regions, and therefore civil society organizations within that cohort must partner and must network for them to build strength, but also to ensure that their advocacy agenda gain traction. The different diverse work that we do within the child sector, provision of psychosocial support, provision of housing for children, provision of food, education, so on and so forth. Civil society organizations that have that similar mandate could meet, but also networking within ourselves in the diverse provisions of services that we have, because ultimately we provide diverse services so that the child can grow as a holistic human being. We also want to promote partnership and networking between ourselves and the African Committee of Experts. As indicated, we do this as a support role to their own mandate of monitoring the implementation of the Charter, and therefore it's important that we work together. We also want to promote partnership and networking with the African Union Commission. as a whole, but particularly the African Commission on the Human and People's Rights, because what we are also seeing is that this is an organ within the AU that is taken more seriously, perhaps next to that of trade, because it's speaking to issues of politics, and member states would want to align themselves to that so that they can continue to being in power, or perhaps continue to being supported in the elections and such. And because of that, a lot of reports do go to that African Commission on the Human and People's Rights, then it goes to the Committee of Experts. And within those reports, there's a section that talks to children and would want to cement or forge partnerships with that structure so that our issues also could be discussed or form part of the agendas in those settings. And then all other actors that we are working with in the continent for the promotion and protection of the rights and welfare of children, whether these partners are coming as allies or they're coming in as donors, or they're coming in purely for technical expertise or support to us, would want to work with such partners. Next slide. The second objective is that of information sharing, best practice sharing and sharing of research and research results between the committee and ourselves, between member states and within civil society organizations. And these should be geared towards the implementation of the Charter, as long as they promote children's rights and they ensure that the welfare of the children is addressed. The third one is around making sure that the capacity of civil society organizations on the Charter itself is built, but also that they understand the different mechanisms that they can employ to communicate, that they can employ to share information, and that they can employ to share best practices amongst themselves, but across the civil society divide as a whole. The fourth one is looking into ensuring that we lobby member states to respect and implement the provisions of the Charter, where we are saying that once you have signed, ratified, and domesticated the Charter, we need to ensure that now you are respecting it in the practice, you are implementing it as per the provisions, because otherwise the signing, ratification, and domestication would be purely for political mileage and not doing anything on the ground. The last objective that we have really is to ensure that we can contribute to the development of policies, of strategies, and that as actions are carried out for the implementation of the Charter, we are part of it, and in some instances that we can supervise this implementation. Next slide. Next slide. Now, as a forum, we have governance structures. We have the management committee, which is leading the forum strategically and advises the Secretariat. It's a seven-member organization, seven-member structure. And from your region, we have Paulino, who is part of that structure. And then we have the Secretariat, and these are the people that are responsible for day-to-day running of the forum, responsible for ensuring us that we are here today, and they set the agenda in terms of what needs to be addressed, engage with stakeholders, ensure that members are engaged, and that whatever action items we have as a forum, particularly as we would have today, but also particularly on the 3rd of June, where we are meeting as a collective, that these action items are followed through, and also ensuring that as a forum we have positions on various issues, and that we can man the social groups that we have to engage with membership. This started in the West region, as you know, that the forum was formed in 2009, but CRINSA has been the Secretariat. I think this is the third or fourth time now, assisted by your regional network, EACRN, and we have robbed Mtoto News to assist us with communication. Now, today the issue is we need to critically, as we look at issues around COVID-19, look at issues that the Charter at 30, looking at issues of the future of the forum in terms of the strategic direction. We need to be asking ourselves, we are now sitting for the 16th time. What have we done as the CSO Forum? And is the CSO Forum known by all NGOs or CBOs at country level where we work as national networks? Because the national networks, or we have country representatives that do attend the CSO Forum sittings. But are there mechanisms that once they are coming from those sessions, they can share what the CSO Forum is about and where we're going, or action items that have been agreed at such forums, so that ultimately everyone in country would know what the CSO Forum is about? And then also, how can we then facilitate for people to appreciate that whatever they are doing, interventions that they are doing or projects that they're involved in, actually do fit into the national outlook on the child sector, and then the continental one in terms of the charter. And then we also need to be thinking about what can we say the forum should be looking forward to as they are work, and intersecting that work with the various instruments that and the stakeholders that we talked about, such that the forum would have value addition to all of us as members, but also value addition to our stakeholders. And then we need to be looking into issues around child participation. How do we ensure that children can participate in the forum? So as Damon will be facilitating that session around the strategic direction, these are some of the conversations that we should have around child participation. How do we ensure that children can participate? But not only at the forum, children's participation, even at the level that we're implementing our projects, or ultimately it has to come from the lower level to the continental one, or vice versa. And then also speak about, as we go forward, how do we leverage on technology to make things work? Because these days we all appreciate that technology has now taken an upper hand. We are here today in a meeting, but we are all sitting in different spaces. Yes, COVID might have forced us to take that route now, but what can we do better for us to be better at it and to master how we do it? You saw how I struggled to do the share screen, and those are the things that we need to make sure that we can master and do them better. But also it goes further than that to then say that as we master them, we need to engage stakeholders more, because technology, unfortunately, it's not just us. We don't have control over it. It's also about the network service providers that we need to be engaging with as well. Next slide. Next slide, please. Lastly, as I conclude the presentation, we are saying that as the CSO Forum, we need to ensure that we are visible at national, regional, and continental levels, so that we can be known, so that not only do we have few people within a country or within a region that are aware of what the CSO Forum is about. We need everybody to be aware of what the CSO Forum is about, and we need everyone to meaningfully participate in the CSO Forum, particularly to appreciate all the areas that affect children. And we need to be building expertise as civil society organizations that are providing services within the child sector. And as we build this expertise, we also need to command authority on these issues as well, such that all stakeholders, government included, would be able to go to us, or should view us as the go-to authority or entity when we speak issues of children. And collectively, we need to build the CSO Forum and make sure that it's known and that it can have inroads in setting the agendas and in influencing policy. And as a sector, while we are doing all that we are doing, we really need to leave the safeguarding and protection of children's rights. We shouldn't be saying to people that do what I say and not what I do. We should be seen to talk and practice what we are saying, insofar as safeguarding children is concerned, insofar as protecting children is concerned. And because we are living it, we should be able to demand it, because we are setting an example. Demand it from our stakeholders, demand it from our colleagues, demand it from those that we have employed, and demand it in our families as well, because that's where it all starts. And we should be able to facilitate it. If you're an employer, or if you are sitting in a board, or in such privileged positions, you should ensure that the policies and the programs that you come with do facilitate for safeguarding of children and for the protection of children. And then, as we have already indicated, child participation should be a must for all of us. And we need to start being innovative about how we make it a must. Somebody yesterday in the SADC region, they were saying that children have a very short span of concentration. How do we make sure that they participate in forums? But that's where the innovation needs to come from. If children are bored by just seeing PowerPoints that doesn't have pictures, perhaps we need to be doing cartoons if we are speaking to them. Things like that, things that would capture their attention, but make them concentrate. But we have to be intentional about child participation, and do it such that we are still observing safeguarding and the protection of children. So basically, this is who the CSO Forum, and perhaps that we go back to that basics on it, so that it's discussions when we identity and our collective mandate to ensuring that the charter is implemented effectively. Thank you so much, Anita. Thank you, Jenny, for the slideshow.
Yes, thank you very much, Felicitas, for that great introduction and background of the CSO Forum, the basics of the CSO Forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we want to, appreciate our partnerships around that, who have enabled the forum to continue, and who have supported our participation and ensured that we continue working in this area. So I want to first welcome ACI. Brief comments from ACI, about 2-3 minutes, please. Representative of ACI, Cleophas, if you're there.
Yes, good morning. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank God I have a better connection today. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for making time to join the Eastern Africa Child Rights Network for their session today. And thank you for those of us who were there in yesterday's session. Many of the issues that are being discussed here have been discussed in various forums and also were discussed yesterday, so I will keep my remarks very brief. First of all is to appreciate the CSO Forum organizing committee all over the continent, from the management committee to the various people that are volunteering for various roles in making this a reality. This is unfortunately the way that things are going to be for the next few months as we try to figure out our way out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm glad that we've been able to all come together and adapt fairly quickly to online ways of working to make sure that we continue advocating for children's rights. As we are all aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected Africa. So far, we have over 100,000 cases, and various governments have taken various measures to try and contain the pandemic. And the effects of these measures on children have been particularly devastating, especially considering that in many countries in Africa, we already had humanitarian situations before the outbreak of COVID-19. So children have been affected, children are not going to school, girls are exposed to dangers related to safeguarding, including child marriage. And we need to make sure that anything that our governments are doing, anything that we are doing as CSOs should have children at the center of these interventions. So my appeal is that when we are discussing our engagement with various organs of the Africa Union, with our governments, we should look at creative ways of safeguarding children in these difficult times, and also look at the role of children going forward after the pandemic. What voices do children bring to the table in regard to mitigation of the effects of this pandemic? So I'm glad that we've organized this session, and we will be able to have a discussion about how going forward we are going to ensure that children are protected from the effects of the COVID-19. Secondly, is to do with the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which is turning 30 this year. I'm sure for some of us, we were born when the Charter had already been adopted, and maybe we may not have a proper analysis of the effect of the Charter on children. But I know for some of us, we've seen the 30 years, we've been engaging with the Charter for the 30 years, and we have very good insights about the effect it has had on children's rights. From my own perspective, there have been immense gains made by having the Charter. The committee has really tried, in spite of various circumstances and difficulties, to ensure that the Charter makes a positive contribution to the lives of African children. There are various activities that are planned by the Africa Union through the committee to celebrate the Charter at 30. But for us as CSOs, I think it's an opportunity to do an inspection about the developments that have come about as a result of the Charter being there, the advances made by various countries as a result of having the Charter, the challenges that are there, and to plan out a plan of action for the new era after 30. For those of us who've turned 30 in literal sense, we know that some years have a certain implication on your life. So when you turn 30 as a person where you need to focus your priorities on something else, I think this should be the same with the Charter. We cannot all having had the Charter for 30 years. And as CSOs, we have a lot of contributions to make in terms of the full implementation of the various aspirations within the Charter. So I would like us to brainstorm about how as CSOs we are going to better engage with the Africa Union, we are going to better engage with the committee and throughout the continent to make sure that the aspirations set out in the Charter are achieved sooner rather than later. So I'm looking forward to robust discussions about how as CSOs we can engage with various bodies to make sure that we do a proper analysis of the effects of the Charter on children so far, and also to come up with a clear plan of action on what we are going to do to make sure that the various aspirations of the Charter are met. And lastly, it's on the CSO Forum sustainability. As you saw, the COVID-19 pandemic made us scramble around a little bit, trying to regroup. We had a very set way of working that revolved around meetings and physical presence advocacy. And I think the pandemic has been an opportunity for us to re-examine how we function across national coalitions, across trying to see how sustainable this forum really is. I'm glad that we are figuring out a way out of this, but I think it's also a good opportunity to have a look at our structure, to have a look at our objectives, to have a look at our strategic framework, and to try to see how the CSO Forum can survive the various scenarios that are thrust onto it, how we are going to position ourselves in the post-COVID-19 scenario on the continent, how to make sure that our voices are heard right from the national level to the regional level to the continental level. Various governments have realized that there is a gap, and they are exploiting that gap by intentionally excluding CSOs from many decision-making positions. And if we are not careful, post-COVID-19, this may as well continue being the case, because we all know that once somebody tests some level of power, then it becomes very difficult for them to give it back. So we need to make sure that this particular context does not result in the eroding of CSO space that has been achieved so far. And to do this, we have to look at the relevance of the forum. We have to look at how we engage. And as I pointed out yesterday, from holding these regional consultations and a continental forum entirely online, I think it will be a good opportunity to also re-examine whether we can do this on a quarterly basis, because if technology makes it possible for us to meet and somebody somewhere does not have to sit down and worry about visas and coordination and hotel bookings and all those expenses, we can examine our experience from these particular consultations and forum and see whether we will meet more often, debate on these issues more often, so that we have a continuous engagement with the various bodies, which is something that we aspired to do quite a long time ago, but has always been met by the challenges related to funding, challenges related to travel difficulties and all that. So I think for me, this is a great opportunity for us to kickstart our engagement regionally and at a continental level. And it's something that a lot of people are interested in learning from. And I'm glad that we are here to offer those lessons. So having said that, I would like to wish all the participants for today's session fruitful deliberations. We will be online. We will be making our comments and giving support whenever necessary. And I look forward to the session for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cleophas, for those very good remarks. We hope that we'll be having very fruitful deliberations throughout the next few hours. So I'd like to invite Salam from Plan International to make a few remarks. Salam.
Good morning, Anita. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to meet everyone today. As we had our first call yesterday with Crinsa, it's a very good start that we are making. So I also want to second what Cleo has just said. This is a new normal for us. This is a new approach that we are taking nowadays. So we are also all struggling to adjust ourselves to the new normal. As we are in the process of doing that, we also want to make sure that and also assess whether this new normal is something that we need to take on board, something that we need to take up in the future. So it's a real pleasure to be part of this discussion today, as the East African Child Rights Network is convening the sub-regional consultation. And also discussing the different aspects that we are going to touch. So, as we had also discussed yesterday, it's a unique opportunity for us, civil society organization working on children in Africa, and also especially on girls, on how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the children and girls in Africa, and also assess the devastating impact that it's creating now. As you all know, the wave of this pandemic is coming to Africa this couple of months. So we are also witnessing on how states are responding to this pandemic, with a lot of measures being taken at the national level and also at the continental level, with robust mechanism being taken in place at the African Union level in various sub-regional convenings. So it's also good to assess as a civil society organization forum, and also as key stakeholders on child rights issues. It's also good to assess on our ways of engagement with the African Union and also with the treaty bodies working on children and also in general on human rights aspect. So we also need to make sure that our continued support and collaboration with the African Committee of Experts is enhanced in this trying time, so that we push for various measures to be taken both at the continental and also at the national level. And as most of you know, like with the different approach that states are taking with regards to prevention of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has also been we are also witnessing a lot of human rights violation, especially on countries that are facing lockdown. So we are also looking at a trend that state power in this time of the pandemic. So we also need to make sure that our approach and our intervention takes note of that. And also, as Cleo mentioned, we are also in a time where we are celebrating the Charter at 30. So looking back at the previous 30 years and what needs to happen going forward is something that we also need to take into consideration, assess the achievement that we had, and also how we progress going forward is something that we need to take on board. Generally, as Plan International, we are very happy, and also we also want to second and echo our collaboration and also support to East African Child Rights Network. As you all might know, Plan has been collaborating through our office in East and Southern Africa, has been collaborating with the two partners in Southern Africa, Child Rights Network in Southern Africa and East African Child Rights Network. So we are very keen on continuing this collaboration and also in making sure that we have a very strong regional child rights network that can take up the real challenge that children are facing in those regions, and also are able to advocate for the rights and welfare of a child. So we want to reaffirm our commitment to continue collaboration with the East African Child Rights Network, and also looking forward to a very lively and also open discussion going forward, so that we have a very strong and sustainable child rights network in Eastern Africa, and also as a pioneer organization, mainly at the sub-regional level, looking at how the different achievement of the East African Child Rights Network can be an exemplary version for other regions that are going to have their consultation in the next few days. So I hope we'll have a very good consultation going forward in the next couple of hours, and wish you all the success in the deliberation. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Salam, and we appreciate Plan's support so far. I want to welcome Terre des Hommes, Lynette, if you're there. TDH. Lynette from Terre des Hommes, are you there? Your mic is unmuted, but we can't hear you. Okay, as Lynette is preparing, I will contact her shortly. Perhaps we can hear from UNICEF. Norga, Mr. Norga, are you there? Sam Norga, are you there?
Sorry,
Yes,
Sam is from... Okay, Sam,
yes,
go
I'm
ahead.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I think as both Cleophas and Salam have said,
two things come to the fore. The first one is, what is the role of CSOs and what will be the role of CSOs in shaping the African agenda? I mean, yesterday was the African Day, and we're now talking about the Charter at 30. I'm sure what runs through everybody's minds is, what role can CSOs play? I think CSOs have key role to play. I mean, all of us. And it's our continent, it's our people. The question is, what will be our individual and collective contributions? And I think that I've been thinking about that since we did the meeting yesterday with Crinsa. And two things I think we can do. One is that we need to be part of the solution. We always talk about being part of the solution. But I think now is the time for young people, for CSOs, to be part of the solution, provide solutions. And when we're speaking to Crinsa yesterday, it was amazing the kind of work each one of the national CSOs were doing. And sometimes we do not project the work that we do. Sometimes we find ourselves complaining about almost everything without giving alternatives. And so my challenge to the 16th CSO Forum is, can we start documenting how we are contributing? Can we start documenting what specific roles we are playing? But the second thing is, how do we coordinate and organize ourselves? I mean, sometimes we have had challenges with coordination and organizing ourselves and learning from what others are doing. And I think this platform provides that opportunity for us to start looking at, how do we coordinate? How do we share lessons? How do we support each other? But above all, how do we make sure that all of that is put in one place so we can all have access to? I wouldn't want to take much of your time, but just like Cleophas and Salam have said, I would want to wish you all the best. I mean, we are standing by you as an organization. We are standing by you as an organization that would continuously provide support, guidance, both technically and financially, as much as we can. Not also forgetting that any progress we make in advancing the work of girls is an investment for all of us. So I want to wish you all the best, and we'll stay through to the end of this meeting. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that. We hope that in the course of this week, we'll be able to share lessons from the different regional convenings, and we'll be able to better organize ourselves and learn from each of the regional convenings. So thanks very much for that. I want to invite Ted Ezom, TDH, if you're there. Lynette. Yes, Lynette, please go ahead. We can't hear you though, Lynette. Your mic is unmuted, but we can't hear you. Can you hear me though, Lynette? Lynette, are you still there? Well, it seems we can't. I think we've lost connection with her because Lynette, please, perhaps if you can log out and log in again. When you log in, please log in with the audio on. Hello, Lynette, are you there? Okay, so I guess at this point, as we wait for Lynette to come back on, well, she can hear us, but we can't hear. I think, Lynette, please just log out and log in again with your audio on. I think that will help. So thanks very much. I'm wondering whether at this point we could continue to the next session. So the next session really is, part of the discussions for the meat of the discussions. As you're aware, the Charter is turning 30 this year. So it would be great to hear from, the CSO, the networks within the Eastern African region, what has been the significance of the Charter within the child sector movement, and what contributions we have made so far and really what have been our perspectives or as we reflect on the Charter at 30. What do we think has worked so well for us, and what do we think should be improved? I mean, as we march on to the next either decade or with the Charter. So I would want to give Lynette a chance to speak, but we can't really get her. So I would like us to, continue and perhaps invite representatives of national coalition networks to give us a brief on, within their country context, what has been working so far, what is not working, and what recommendations really they can make as we reflect on, the Charter at 30. I want to then invite, beginning perhaps with Uganda, the National Coalition lead for Uganda, perhaps, or a representative from Uganda, kindly give us, in less than 5 minutes, your perspectives on the Charter at 30.
Thank you very much, Anita. This is Damon. I work with Dwelling Places, and Dwelling Places is a member of Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, which is a network organization in Uganda. And our interaction with the Charter and what we have done as a network, through the monitoring and reporting, we have held government accountable and pushed government or supported government in trying to submitting their report, and in one report, and we are due for another report, which was supposed to be submitted just before the COVID outbreak, and so we are a little bit laid back because of the COVID outbreak, but I'm sure that the second report is ready. And also, as the CSOs, we have prepared the alternative reports. Both reports, the first report that was submitted, and then the second report. And from the first report and our alternative report at CSOs, we have also developed an action plan with government and laid out an action point that laid out the key recommendations and how we intended to work together at implementing the gaps that were there. We have also been implementing the Article 31, which is the responsibility of the child. And this EACRN has also been a part of the drafting of the committee procedures on how the committee should be operating, how the committee operates and how the committee addresses issues. And then also widely in Uganda, the network has been doing a lot of sensitization and be interpreted and how the Charter can be used in Uganda. And then we have also been promoting Agenda 2040 and Agenda 2063 that contains a provision of ending all forms of violence against children, where we have managed to engage our government, and our government is actively having programs and has actually joined in being a pathway country in fighting all forms of violence against children. The challenges that we have had in implementing this, the Charter and the work that we have done, definitely the resources for implementation are limited, and that means that we are not able to capture much of the information or even go down to all the CSOs and all the organizations and everyone else to know about the Charter. Then also the bureaucracy at government levels. To get the report done, it has to go through this level and the other level and the other level and the other level. Then it is held back at this level. Then it's held back at that level. That whole bureaucracy has been a big hindrance in having us implement, of having us have the government do the reporting on time. And also, there's definitely some financial implication if the government is to take the report, if the government is to present and all that. And it has not really been a priority for government if you look at the budgeting, and that has in a way affected Uganda's ability to do the reporting in time and on time. Our priorities after this 30 years celebration. Our priorities is to continue sensitizing the communities, the CSOs, and the whole nation at large about the existence of the Charter and what our obligation is as a country in implementing and seeing the success of the Charter. Then also we will be disseminating a report that SCPF, our partner in Ethiopia, is coming up with about the Charter. We will be disseminating and sharing more on what has been seen and what we can possibly do and what Uganda's role will be in the next wave of after 30 years. And also having an assessment report of Agenda 2040. That will be a priority after 30 years. Thank you, Anita.
Thanks very much, Damon, for those remarks from Uganda. I want to invite a representative from Rwanda, Maximilian, if you're available. Maximilian? Maximilian, we still can't hear you. We still can't hear you, please. If you could kindly...
Anita?
Sorry. Is that Lynette?
This is Lynette.
Okay,
That's
Lynette. Okay, Lynette, please. Please, okay, go ahead and Maximilian, please. Sorry about that. Please carry on.
My name is Lynette. I'm representing Terezon, Netherlands, East Africa.
Please, we can barely hear you. If you can increase your volume. Lynette, if you can increase your volume.
Oh, she removes the earphones. I think she's using the earphones. She removes the earphones.
Lynette, are you there? Lynette? Okay. Lynette, are you still there? Right. So we can't get Lynette. Maximilian, are you there? Okay. As we sort out Lynette's and Maximilian's microphones, I think I want to now invite the Kenyan Coalition. Please, Team Ekesa, if you're there, please carry on.
Okay, good morning, all of you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Team.
Good morning, everyone. I've been following your discussions. My name is Tim Ekesa. I come from the Kenya Alliance for the Advancement of Children, which is the Kenyan coalition that is made up of 250 NGOs across the country. And we've been doing several things. I don't know, maybe I'll just concentrate on the African Charter. I think that's what I should be answering. Or am I talking also about COVID? Guide me, Annette, so that I know what to say.
So, Tim, we just wanted you to, as we reflect on the Charter at 30, we want you to give us a brief on, the work so far that the Kenya Alliance has done, on child rights has done so far. As you reflect on the Charter at 30, what has worked, what is not working, and what do we need to reflect on as CSOs working in this area?
Thank you very much. So I'll talk only about the African Charter. Maybe I'll get another time to talk about COVID. I want to say that as a country, let's say as a coalition, we've been involved in the alternative reporting or complementary reporting for the African Charter, the first, second, and third state party reports. And they were very, one thing in Kenya, we have a tradition of working with the government to support it to make the state party report and then be able to prepare a supplementary report just to fill in the gaps, data, and other new information that come in. Because most of our reports, in most cases, state party reports are sent late or they cover a period. So there's a lapse of a period that is never covered, like 1 or 2 years. We've done that successfully for the first state party report, second state party, and the third state party report was under review before COVID. So that one, the state had already sent their report, which was late, should have gone last year. And the NGOs also were able to send several reports. I know various bodies send their own reports on various issues. And as a coalition, the last one, we specifically sent a report with a specific focus on sexual exploitation of children in Kenya in partnership with EACRN International, who we are the local partners here in Kenya. Overall, I want to say that the state has tried to make their reports. The NGOs and the state have worked together to make the periodic reports. But I think the biggest challenge has been actually including involving children to be able to also make their presentation in the interest of promoting child participation. But I think the big challenge we've had has been the implementation of the resolutions, what you could call concluding observations that are made by the state party. They are made by the committee. In most cases, by the time we make the next report, most of those observations are not responded to very well. Secondly, we also want to say the delay that the state party takes in making their report, it actually interferes with what we do, and it interferes with the implementation of some of the recommendations that are made. Although we've been very good when we collect information for the CRC, which we've made also 3 reports, we usually include collecting views for the 6 articles that are in the charter, so that the information we collect there, by the time we're making a report for the African Charter, then we already have most of that information. So delays by the government has been a challenge. Secondly, the NGOs, by the time we want to make reports, at times we don't get very good support. I know many times Save the Children have come in through for us in supporting some of those processes, but at times they are so hurried that we don't take enough time. It usually comes about when the session is about to take place. So there is a little rush in preparation of the reports that if had we planned them earlier and been aware that we have funding for them, then we'll have done them quite in advance. So I want to say that for us, I think we've tried to cover all the articles of the African Charter. And we've also been very key on the Article 31 that somebody has talked about right now on responsibilities of the child. We value child rights and child protection, so that's an area that we focus on so much. Then the other thing we've also been doing, besides that, we've been able to report on quite a number of issues on violence against children, especially online violence against children, which also covers part of the reports when you are looking at Article 1 or the article on the uniqueness of Africa. And we've done that very well, being a member of the Global Movement for Children and also being a local partner for EACRN. So generally as a country, we are late in our reporting, but NGOs cannot make a report before the state party makes reports. There's once actually when some partners tried to do that and it backfired a lot. So our pace relies on the pace of the state party. But I want to say, I think as we look at the 30 years, there's quite a lot that we can be able to reflect on and can be able to thank God for that we've managed to do. Besides that, I think we also implement the report so much when we are doing the Day of the African Child, which we've marked since, I think, the year 2001 when it started. Every year we never miss to have the DSC, and we've devolved it. We have it at every county, mostly at every county. We have 47 counties, which make up the county governments. We've made it an annual event, and not just an annual event, but an event that where children take a very key role. And we also make the annual reports that are supposed to be filed to the committee. And it has become part and parcel of our work. So many of the agencies have mainstreamed issues of the African Charter, and they form part of the programming, part of the projects that we are doing. So as we look at the 30 years, I think it will be a good time for us to sit back and reflect and see whether we are implementing it in full, and whether we are also able to respond to the concluding observations that we make at every session. The only other challenge I could say is that when we had representation at the Africa Committee of Experts some time back through one of our Justice Matsatore came in, I think our presence was very high when we had a representation on the committee, but it's quite long. I think over 10 years since we last had a representation on the committee. So our government, I want to say, they have not been very keen on some of the issues of the charter. So we are really hoping that maybe as the other sessions come in, we'll be able to get a session to get a representation so that we can be able to give the committee the importance and the focus that is required. I think that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim, for just elaborating how you have worked so far with the government. We hope that there'll be a better coordination and collaboration and support really in with the providing technical support to governments towards development of these reports. Sometimes they need that support from us as well. I want to invite, so thank you very much for the Kenya Coalition. I want to invite Tanzania. Michael is not here. Unfortunately, he ran into a challenge this morning. But I want to invite, I see Ombeni. If Ombeni is there, please give us just a brief on, as we reflect on the Charter at 30 and your coalition, the Tanzania Child Rights Forum. How have you, what can you say in terms of, what is working, what is not working, and what would you recommend as we move forward? Ombeni, if you can have the microphone, please.
Sure. Thank you, and good morning to all of us. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Ombeni. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello. Sorry, interruption a bit.
Yes, we can hear you, Ombeni.
Okay, fine. Unfortunately, we had Michael to say something regarding the African Charter and what Tanzania is doing, but unfortunately, he got some challenges on the way. Probably he will join us later, and if at all he will have something to add, I don't know, he might add up. Actually, we are doing fine actually in implementation of the African Charter, although some challenges are there. Just to be brief, we are due for submission of the implementation of African Charter, and probably it has delayed because of the COVID-19. The government has prepared the report, the state report.
Sorry, Ombeni, I think we lost connection with you. Are you still there? Ombeni? Ombeni, are you still there? Okay, it seems we lost connection with Ombeni. Oh,
hello.
Yes, Ombeni, sorry, we lost you briefly. If you could just begin.
Okay, fine. I'm saying Tanzania, actually, we are implementing the African Charter, and as I said before, someone was prepared for this, but let me comment on just general issues regarding what we are discussing about. I'm saying actually, Tanzania, we are about to submit it. The government has done its part. I hope it's actually they faced some logistic challenges on how to submit. actually, because there are two ministries that are involved in submission of the report. And but what they have informed us is the report is ready. They did it concurrently with the UNCRC report. Then we believe after the issue of COVID-19, actually we have the report submitted, including now the alternative report, which actually we have not yet done with the alternative report. However, we would like to say actually the government of Tanzania, we have a number of issues that are going on with the implementation of the African Charter. And we have been involved in the enactment of legislation and setting up the structure on how the issues of child rights are implemented. And we went further and developed a very national plan regarding the violence against women and children. And we did all these to women and children together because and actually women and children falling in one ministry. Now we have the National Plan of Action, which actually the coordination of this plan is implemented under the Prime Minister Office, just to make sure that the government own the process. And the network, the Tanzania Child Rights Forum, is one of the member of the coordinating committee. Then we normally advise the government and all the sectors involved to ensure that whatever has been planned is implemented accordingly. And actually this year, because we have done with the, we are in the 3rd to 4th year, we are about to review the plan as the mid-term review to see on how we implement. And this plan actually considers all the conventions that we have made, regional and international conventions. All the standards have been incorporated therein. Then we believe this year actually we might be in a position to tell exactly what actually the status of implementation. And a number of issues that have been done, and we can say we are facing a number of challenges actually. Tanzania is a republic, and we have the mainland and Zanzibar. And these two countries, they are actually, we can say they have different way of doing things. They are sovereignty states. Then sometimes imagine the two laws and structures, sometimes it's a bit challenging. Then we normally face that challenge, and we have the conflicting laws between the countries. Leave aside laws that are conflicted between thematic area and another, but we have the contextual bylaws in our countries. Then we have an issue of harmonizing these laws and make sure that they speak the same language. Issues of budgets and things of the like, because to a great extent, actually in Tanzania, the budget for children's rights is mainly from the CSOs. Now, we normally emphasize that the government use the allocate budgets for children's rights in the national budget. Those are few comments actually. I'll be contacting my fellow Michael if at all there is anything that I'm missing. And please bear with me that I'm also a bit new. This is my first meeting yesterday and today. I'm learning a lot, and actually, that's very general from Tanzania. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ombeni. I think that was a great contribution. I think we've learned how you have been working with the government of Tanzania, and we hope that we can share that knowledge. You can share that knowledge with other countries on how civil societies can work with governments towards development of state reports actually. And of course, even after recommendations from the committee, how do you collaborate towards implementation of those recommendations? Thank you very much, Ombeni, and we appreciate. We urge you to stay on. We urge you to stay on because Mike has sent his regret. He's been involved in a personal issue. So thanks very much, Ombeni. I want to invite Maximilian from Rwanda so that we can get Rwanda's perspective as well. Maximilian? Maximilian, we still can't get you. I think there's a problem with your audio. If you can leave or please seek Jennifer's support separately, then you can come back and make your presentation. As we wait for Maximilian, I think Jennifer, please, if you could contact Maximilian on the side and have him rectify his microphone, I think that would help. I think that we can move on. We can move on for now. Is there anybody from Sudan? I received a statement from the Sudan Child Rights Forum, and this is what they had to say. If you allow me to read it, because they could not access Zoom, due to the challenges there. So this is what they had to say. I'll summarize. Sudan says that as we celebrate the Charter at 30, that more than 33% of children under 5 are not registered at birth in Sudan, although the situation slightly improved in 2010. Children still don't have birth certificates and they're still facing difficulties in registering for school as a result. And of course, retracing family whenever there's a separation. The age of marriage is still low. So they say that there's large disparities in birth certificates between states, 30.9% in Central Darfur in comparison to 98.3% in Northern Darfur. They also say that many children in Sudan are not living with their families due to armed conflict, displacement and poverty, even as we celebrate the Charter at 30. They say that 3.5% live with neither parent at the moment, and that these figures do not include children living on the streets or those in armed groups engaged in child labor, such as gold mining or residing in institutions. That abandonment of children born out of wedlock represents another significant challenge, with 3/4 of babies surrendered daily to the country's only residential care facility. In 2009 in Khartoum, about half of abandoned babies died before they could receive treatment, while most of the survivors were taken into care by the Islamic adoption system. 64% of children aged between 1 to 14 years experience various forms of violence, and children, particularly boys, are actively participating in armed conflict. They say that the ratio of children in detention reached 238 against 100,000 in the entire Sudan child's population, and more than 32,407 children across 18 states. That includes 19,224 boys, 13,183 girls who are in conflict with the law as victims or witnesses or alleged offenders. They also mentioned that today that while diversion outside the judicial system has increased, children in contact with the law still face lengthy judicial procedures and can can be placed in pretrial detention even for petty offenses. So they also say that Sudan is a country of origin and transit and destination for children, with more than 2.2 million internally displaced and refugees from the neighboring countries and war-affected countries. That children are still on the move and more in Sudan due to conflict, economic pressures, trafficking, and migration. Children on the move are frequently unaccompanied or separated from their families and are exposed to violence, abuse, and exploitation. They also say that today there is still harmful traditional practices, including female genital mutilation and cutting, that is still prevalent in Sudan. And the percentage at 87% amongst women aged between 15 to 49 years, and 31% amongst girls aged between 0 to 14 years. And child marriage is still high, and they say that 38% of women between 20 to 49 are married early, while 12% are married before the age of 15. Additionally, they say that 1/4 of children in Sudan today are still engaged in child labor, with highest rates for boys coming from poorer or rural families, and or children who are unaccompanied and the children who are separated from their parents. Sudan's coalition say that there's wide disparities between states, 49.4% in East Darfur and 11.2% for River Nile, and that child labor, which is linked to poverty, insufficient protection and services, and school non-attendance, is still high. So this is what the Sudan Child Rights Forum had to say in regard to the status or what is happening today in Sudan, even as the Charter is marking 30 years to date. Right. So that's from Sudan's Child Rights Network, which they sent to us to share with the forum. Right. So thank you very much also, Sudan Child Rights Forum. We appreciate your contribution. I want to invite Maximilian, if he's there. If he's not there, I want to invite anybody from Burundi Child Rights Network, if you're there. Any representative from Burundi? You can just give us a brief status update of the implementation of the charter in Burundi. Okay. Let's see, is Maximilian back already? Right. Do we have any representative from Right, there are comments in the chat group. Jennifer, if you could assist me, please identify some of the comments in the chat group. Right, so we have Ethiopia, Getachew, are you there? If you could speak briefly on Ethiopia, the extent to which you have implemented the charter. I know you have written an extensive comment on the chat section, but if you could speak, we would love to hear your voice. Getachew from Ethiopia.
A minute. Let me just allow her to talk.
Yes, please allow her to talk.
I think she has. Let me just a minute.
If Zemzem is there, also Zemzem can speak. Zemzem or Getachew, either of you can speak. If not, we could just read your statement.
Tell them to open their to unmute themselves. They can be able to talk now.
Getachew, would you be able to unmute yourself, please? We'd love to listen. Yes, Getachew, please go on. or Zamzam? Either of you, please. Getachew or Zamzam, please. Yes, Getachew, go ahead, please. I've seen your hand. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Just give us a few seconds to connect it.
Okay. All right.
Zamzam, go ahead.
Getachew, go ahead. Or, whoever, Zamzam or Getachew, please make your comments, please. I know you have written an extensive brief on the chat box, but we'd love to hear you speak. Zamzam, are you there? Getachew, are you there? Yes, Zamzam, please go ahead if you can. Right. As we wait for Zamzam, if you have any comments.
Sam, how are you?
Yes, Zamzam. Nice to hear from you.
I'm fine.
Yes, so thank you very much for joining us. We
are good. Yeah. So how are you? And your family as well?
Yes, we are fine. Thank you, Zamzam. So we'd love to hear from your coalition, your network, the extent of the, as we reflect at that, what has been the experience of the Ethiopian Child Rights Network? What has worked?
I'm also there, but I just going.
Yes, what has been your experience from Ethiopia as we reflect on the Charter at 30? What has worked?
No, I'm not calling.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Zamzam?
Can you hear me, Zamzam?
No.
Zamzam, can you hear me? Right. Zamzam, are you there? Okay. Zamzam, are you there? Getachew? Could either of you make brief remarks, please? Right. Okay. So if you allow me, I want to read Getachew's brief on Ethiopia and the extent of the implementation of the Charter. So they say that for the past decade, the state of civil society in Ethiopia has been rendered dysfunctional by the restrictive law passed in 2009, the Ethiopian Civil Society Proclamation which is called the Ethiopian Civil Society Proclamation of 2009. This law has restricted significantly the civil society sector, especially organizations working on politically sensitive issues such as human rights, the rule of law, including activities on gender, democracy, and children's rights. Consequently, the considerable devastating effects have been observed on programs or projects, which include activities on advocacy on child rights and social accountability. the law particularly limits the space of civil society on human rights and child rights governance. In one way or another, or separately or jointly, CSOs exerted their efforts to change and challenge the restrictive positions on constitutional, legal, moral, and or practical grounds. However, the civil society law has been revised and adopted in March 2019, following new political change, and as a result, some CSOs have begun to focus their activities on child rights, so that it would have a significant impact to bring child rights stakeholders and duty bearers on board. So with regard to child rights reporting this year, CSOs have organized themselves and look at the initiative to participate in commenting and providing technical support to government through the Ministry of Children and Youth in producing in development of child rights reports. So that is the brief from Ethiopia, and we are glad, that there is a renewed engagement with government and a new impetus to establish a coalition that will focus on advocacy on child rights. So thank you very much, Ethiopian coalition, and we really appreciate your contribution so far. Thank you, Getachew. Thank you, Zemzem. You'll have an opportunity to speak in the next session when we'll get into the agenda for the day. So I want to then move to Rwanda, if Maximilian is there. Rwanda, please.
He's still having challenges. He doesn't have internet now.
Right. So the other coalition, do we have anybody from Madagascar? Madagascar coalition? Right. So we will proceed now with a brief from TEDESOM. TEDESOM have not been able to reach us on Zoom, but they have sent also a report, which I would, if you allow me, I would take just a brief to read as we go on to the next session. So this is a brief from TEDESOM. This is what they say. TEDESOM Netherlands remarks to the Eastern African CSO Forum. This is by Lynette Awor, who is working with TEDESOM Netherlands based in Uganda. And this is what they say, that it is yet another moment when we convene to share and reflect on our work toward child protection in Africa. As we reflect on the 30 years of the Africa Charter, it is evident that CSOs have made a tremendous contribution towards protecting the rights of children in Africa. However, new challenges continue to emerge. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm glad that we are rising above the challenge, and that is why we are holding the CSO Forum virtually. From this forum, we look forward to innovative strategies that we'll be coming up with to continue protecting children during and after the pandemic. As TEDESOM Netherlands, we reiterate our commitment to the CSO Forum towards the protection of children. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you and God bless. So those are remarks from TEDESOM, and we appreciate TEDESOM for your support and for your commitment in protecting the rights of children in Africa. So thank you, Lynette. We appreciate you. Right. Without much further ado, I wonder if there are any questions or concerns, comments for that section. Please feel free to type your questions or comments on the comments box if you're not able to speak. Although we will have a session later which allow us to all contribute to the different agenda items of the day. Right. So we want to move on to the next session, and I want to call on Felicitas. Felicitas, if you're there. Or if I could continue, that is fine. But we want to move on to the next session. I wonder if Maximilian is able to join us still. Is he, Maximilian? Right.
He's not. I'm helping him to connect. Just a second.
Okay. Anybody from Burundi who wants to make brief comments? Burundi? I see there's a hand up. Is that Frank Bujeje? Please go ahead, Frank. There's a hand that is up. Could you allow the hand that is up, please, to speak?
That's okay.
Yes, please go ahead, please.
That's okay.
Yes, that's okay. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm very sorry. I want to speak in French because the word to be present. I did it in French. Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I want to speak in French.
Oui, ça marche.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Alors moi je m'appelle Dr Frank Bujeje du Burundi. Je suis le représentant légal du Burundi Child Rights Forum, qui est en collection au niveau national. Concernant la mise en œuvre de la charte africaine sur les droits et le bien-être de l'enfant, le Burundi a ratifié cette charte le 11 août 2000. Cette ratification, le Burundi a mis en œuvre et mettre en place le rapport qui vient compléter cette ratification. Avant de cela, je voulais signaler d'abord que le Burundi n'a jamais soumis aucun rapport sur la mise en œuvre des dispositions de la charte africaine au comité d'experts conformément à l'article 43. Non plus aussi, la société civile burundaise n'a jamais soumis une demande de communication sur l'état de mise en œuvre des dispositions de la charte au comité d'experts conformément à l'article 44. Donc vous voyez que depuis 2000 jusqu'à aujourd'hui, en 2020 ans, aucun rapport n'a été soumis au niveau du comité, mais aussi aucun rapport de société civile n'a jamais été soumis. Comme je l'avais dit, malgré tout ce défi dont on n'est pas soumission des rapports, il y a diverses ordonnances ministérielles par rapport à la vie des droits de l'enfant qui ont été mises en place, comme par exemple la Constitution de la République du Burundi, promulguée par la loi numéro 1/10 du 18 mars 2005. Cette loi a donné une place de choix aux droits de l'enfant. À l'article 19, 21, 22, 26, 53, c'est des dispositions spécifiques à la protection de l'enfant en général et de l'enfant en conflit avec l'article 44 et 46. Une loi interdisant les pires formes de travail des enfants et l'action immédiate en viol et élimination a été mise en place et adoptée. En mars aussi 2013, on a fait une révision du code de procédure pénale consacré tout le chapitre du procédure de justice des mineurs en apportant des innovations sur l'assistance juridique des enfants, l'accompagnement obligatoire de l'enfant, l'obligation de liberté sociale de l'enfant, séparation obligatoire des mineurs avec les adultes, traitement de sérénité, avec la sérénité des mineurs pendant la phase de jugement. Il y a des chambres spécialisées pour mineurs, procès de juridiction. Introduction de huis clos dans les audiences pénales et pénales des mineurs. Sur le plan de l'éducation, la loi numéro 1/19 du 10 septembre 2013 portant organisation de l'enseignement de base et secondaire a garanti la de l'enseignement primaire en son article 15. Les enfants en situation de risque, les enfants en situation d'urgence, etc. Quant à la parité, le Burundi a fourni des efforts appréciables, notamment l'élaboration et l'évaluation de la stratégie, et qui était déjà aussi du ministère. Il y a aussi également qui actuellement au niveau national, aussi en soutien sur les appartements de 5 ans. Donc il y a les subventions qui sont là, donc les appartements de 5 ans ne payent pas, et les accouchements, y compris également les césariennes. C'est aussi une action loi. L'article numéro 1/19 du septembre 2013, le gouvernement, à travers les structures sociales, sanitaires, juridiques, éducatives, réaliser la détection précoce des cas de violence basés sur le genre et la prise en charge intégrée des victimes. Ainsi que le directeur d'école ont l'obligation de faire respecter le droit à l'éducation des mères célibataires et des dispositions qui s'imposent pour le contre la stigmatisation et l'exclusion sociale de la part des éducateurs, enseignants, professeurs, ainsi que la Le Burundi il y a une politique nationale de protection de l'enfant au Burundi, le PNPE, élaboré pour une période de 4 ans, soit une période de 2012 à 2016. Cela également a produit beaucoup de ces politiques.
Hello? Maximilian, please mute your microphone. There's a speaker. Just mute your microphone. You'll speak after Burundi, please. Just mute your microphone.
Okay.
Yes. Frank, if you can continue, please. I wonder if there is interpretation.
Oh, no. He logged off.
Yes. Okay, you can please find him, Jennifer. Let's continue with Frank. And I hope the interpreter, there is a button on your screen. Please use that. Just scroll up and go to English. There will be a simultaneous translation of Frank's presentation. But Frank, we also hope that at the end of it, you'll share your report to the forum. If you could go ahead, please, Frank, and summarize the presentation. I'm also informed by the translator that he will give a brief after Frank speaks. So Frank, please carry on. Frank? Vous êtes là-bas?
He's muted.
Frank? Frank?
We lost him.
Okay. We carry on.
Okay, thank you. Je disais qu'il y a aussi l'existence d'un forum national des enfants au Burundi qui a été créé en 2012. Il y a aussi l'existence d'un code de personnes et de familles créé en 2000, connu par le décret numéro 1/024 du 28 avril 2003. Il y a aussi la question de la communication pour donner la voix à l'enfant. Il y a l'existence d'une radio scolaire au Burundi qui donne la liberté d'expression pour les enfants dans les médias, ce qui est de canaux de communication. Il y a aussi des centres jeunes qui ont été également mis en place. Concernant tout cela, on a constaté que notre coalition a déjà commencé à mettre en place une campagne qu'on appelle Twitter Abandi, donc qui signifie songeons aux autres, à marge de la célébration de la Journée internationale de la femme. Cela a été créé avec les femmes leaders des organisations membres ainsi que de certaines personnes privées. Alors, en résumé, c'est un défi et perspective d'avenir pour le Burundi depuis 2019. Le défi relevé. Conformément à les articles 16 et 18 de la loi numéro 1 du 10 septembre 2000 portant organisation de l'enseignement de base et secondaire, semble contredire l'article 9 de l'ordonnance ministérielle numéro 60-628/113 du 2001 qui portant fixation du règlement scolaire. Cette ordonnance classe les grossesses parmi les fautes qui méritent un renvoi et une non-admission dans aucun autre établissement scolaire pour l'année en cours. Donc, un projet doit être organisé pour obtenir une amorce de test. C'est-à-dire quoi? Ici au Burundi, cette loi qui existe, on accepte que les enfants qui ont été engrossés de retourner à l'école. Mais malheureusement, à la fin, il y a une ordonnance ministérielle qui a tout contredit en disant qu'un enfant engrossé automatiquement mérite un envoi. On parle aussi de la vente et le trafic d'enfants et l'enlèvement des enfants. Cela a été constaté dernièrement lorsqu'on allait dans le CSO Forum, le dernier CSO Forum qui déroulait au Caire. on a constaté une centaine de jeunes filles burundaises qui partaient vers les pays arabes. Tout cela, ils quittaient le pays à l'aéroport, maintenant à l'aéroport international Melchior Ndadaye. Ils quittaient le pays alors que le gouvernement voyait tout cela. Tout ce sont des plaidoyers que nous devons mener. Les enfants aussi en situation de riz. Le Burundi en 2010 comptait recenser 3253 enfants en situation de riz, mais actuellement on arrive à plus de 5000 enfants qui sont dans la rue. Et aussi une campagne de prendre des enfants dans la rue et les ramener chez soi a débuté ici au Burundi, mais malheureusement le gouvernement n'a pas tellement réussi puisqu'on a envoyé les enfants dans les provinces d'origine. Malheureusement, le niveau communal qui peut pas permettre la gestion de ces enfants. Donc, les enfants, après un mois, on les a revis au niveau national. Cela, on peut dire une catégorie, donc une catégorie particulière d'enfants. Actuellement, on contraste aussi des parents qui apportent les enfants au niveau des villes avec de quoi à manger. C'est là où on demande, c'est là où la situation de la matériellement aggravée à cause de la crise sociopolitique, dans le crise politique au niveau national, des agréments dans un grand nombre de finances. L'abus de drogue. Le fait que beaucoup de jeunes actuellement n'ont pas de travail, et que les enfants actuellement n'ont pas de quoi manger, on a compris que les enfants s'occupent beaucoup plus de drogue. Et même dans les rues, on voit des enfants qui portent des petites.
Frank,
Yeah.
Sorry, you are not very clear. If you could find a place that is a bit more clearer to enable us, get what you're saying and translate after. If you could kindly do that, we are getting a bit of noise on the background.
Oh. You see, to put on the one. Let me summarize right now. I'm at the end.
Jennifer, excuse me, Jennifer. Do you have...
Frank, if you could summarize, please.
Okay, let me summarize.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, je disais que...
Hello.
Margaret, oui.
Hello, Dr. Frank.
Yeah. Hello, Tim.
Please, Frank, can you finalize briefly and then we can continue? We have another speaker. Could you just summarize in English if you can? Or in French, even in French is fine, Frank. Just summarize in French and then we can translate. Frank? Dr. Frank, please. Okay. Yes, please summarize.
But I do it in French to be better for me.
Yes, please do French. Do French is fine.
Donc, un peu de mots. Le gouvernement du Burundi a mis en place diverses lois qui continuent à répondre à la ratification du fait que le Burundi a fait en 2000. Le Burundi a mis en place des documents, des lois, des ordonnances ministérielles pour compléter cette ratification. Malheureusement, le Burundi, comme je l'avais dit au début, le Burundi n'a jamais soumis aucun rapport périodique depuis sa ratification. Une association également, n'a soumis également un rapport au niveau national, un rapport qui parle du droit de l'enfant au niveau national. Ça, c'est ça que je peux parler un peu de moi. Et aussi, on peut montrer également, on peut dire également que le gouvernement du Burundi également a également, comme je parlais, il y a des ordonnances qui viennent aider et appuyer cette ratification. Et puis également noter seulement d'autres problèmes qu'on note ici au Burundi, qui viennent, comme par exemple, je voulais te dire, l'éducation, pour l'enseignement primaire, et également des soins au niveau des enfants de moins de 5 ans, ainsi que pour l'accouchement, jusqu'à même le cas des césariennes.
Hello.
Hello.
Lynette, mute your microphone, please. Please carry on, Frank.
Okay. Comment les perspectives d'avenir alors, comme en conclusion, comme les perspectives d'avenir, et pour une harmonisation de loi qui protège les enfants, une harmonisation sur la loi.
Frank,
Yeah.
Frank, please conclude in the next 1 minute, please, if you can.
Yes, I'll be sort of doing now.
Okay.
En conclusion, la charte africaine internationale, on a besoin de prévoir certaines lois qui sont contradictoires avec la charte africaine. Il faut également créer une campagne de sensibilisation de la charte africaine, parce qu'actuellement, on a besoin de la charte africaine par des gens, aussi les leaders communautaires, les autorités administratives, ainsi que les autorités administratives ont besoin d'être informés d'un peu de la charte africaine. Nous devons aussi également faire un plaidoyer de sensibilisation sur le trafic et le travail des enfants.
So we need to conduct some sensitization on children trafficking, and then we need also to protect children from accessing drugs. And we need also to come up with a contract, and then we need also to conduct advocacy for pregnant women. We need also to conduct an advocacy for the protection of children. And we are conducting a campaign to register all children in order to be taken care of. We are also conducting some advocacy in terms of the African chart, how to implement it. So, in a nutshell, we are also conducting several campaigns for children, especially in relation to COVID-19. And then also, we are also planning to conduct advocacy with the government. So I think I would like to stop from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Merci. Nous apprécions votre présentation. On va continuer avec Maximilien. Maximilien, tu es là? Maximilian, are you there?
Yes, Anita, I'm here. Thank you very much. I've now joined properly.
Maximilian, are you there? Maximilian. Maximilian, are you there? All right, it seems we are still having challenges with Maximilian. And I think at this point, if you allow me, we can have maybe a 5-minute break. It's 11 a.m. in Nairobi. If we can come back at 11, hopefully we will have worked out the connection challenges with Maximilian. And so that we can now delve into the agenda, the other agenda for the day. So thank you very much, participants. We'd love to take a break right now. If you have any comments, please post your comments on the comment box or raise your hand on the right side of your screen. So thank you very much. We will reconvene in the next 5 minutes and continue with the agenda for the day. You don't want to miss the agenda for the day because that will, we are going to discuss the strategic direction of the forum, and we'd like to also hear around your interventions, what are your current interventions in response to the COVID-19 situation, as well as feedback on what we need to do to sustain our continued engagement at the forum. So thank you very much, participants. We can take a brief break and come back.
Hello, Anita.
Hello?
Yes, Maximilian, we are taking a break, but once we come back, we'll want you to make your presentation.
Start with me in 5 minutes.
You want to make your presentation now before we leave?
If people are still there, I can say something.
Okay. All right. Okay, Maximilian, because he's been struggling to get in. Maximilian, please make a presentation on behalf of the Rwanda Coalition.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Maximilian Ruzigana, the Child Coalition Coordinator of the
Maximilian, we lost you again. Maximilian, are you there? Maximilian? Okay. So I think it is safe to say that, we can go for a health break now and then come back in the next 5 minutes, which is 15 past, hopefully. We'll try and get in touch with Maximilian. So thank you very much. And we look forward to the next half of the deliberations for the day. Thank you and bye. Sorry, please don't log off. Don't log off, please. Just maintain your connection so that we just come back and continue with the meeting in the next 5 minutes. Don't log off, please.
COVID-19. It's a new disease that gives you fever. With COVID-19, it's hard to breathe. COVID-19 makes you cough. This is very serious. It's a disease that is all over the world. But how can we prevent it? Turn your elbow. Turn your elbow. Turn your elbow. Turn your elbow like this when you sneeze. Before you eat, wash your hands. After you sneeze, wash your hands. And after you cough, wash your hands with soap and water. For how long should I wash my hands with soap and water? For at least 20 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Chimwemwe, how many times should we wash our hands with soap? So many times. So many times. So many times, many times in a day. Wow, I can do that. What else do we need to do to avoid the spread of COVID-19, Chimwemwe? Don't touch your face. Don't touch your face. Don't touch your eyes, your mouth, and your nose. Don't touch your face. Don't touch your face. Don't touch your eyes, your mouth, and your nose. Stay at home. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health with support from UNICEF. Hello? No. Step back. Don't come too close to me. I'm keeping my distance to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Please do not log off. Stay on. It's just a minute break. Go take your tea or water near your camera. Go do a little parenting and then come back. Okay.
And after you cough, wash your hands with soap and water.
For how long should I wash my hands with soap and water?
For at least 20 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Chimwemwe, how many times should we wash our hands with soap?
So many times. So many times. So many times. Many times in a day.
Wow, I can do that. What else do we need to do to avoid the spread of COVID-19, Chimwemwe?
Don't touch your face. Don't touch your face. Don't touch your eyes, your mouth, and your nose. Don't touch your face. Don't touch your eyes, your mouth, and your nose. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health with support from UNICEF, WHO, and you.
Hello, Chimwemwe.
No. Step back. Don't come too close to me. I'm keeping my distance to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Oh yes, we have to stay at least 2 steps or 1 meter apart. I remember now. It's good to remember.
Let's tell our friends and families about the COVID-19 and how to prevent it.
COVID-19. COVID-19. It's a news that makes you. COVID-19. COVID-19. It's a new disease that gives you fever. With COVID-19, it's hard to breathe. COVID-19 makes you cough.
This is very serious. It's a disease that is all over the world.
But how can we prevent it?
Turn your elbow like this when you cough. Turn your elbow like this when you sneeze. Before you eat, wash your hands. After you sneeze, wash your hands. And after you cough, wash your hands with soap and water.
Right, colleagues, partners, thanks very much for coming on board during this second session where we want to delve a bit more into the agenda items, but there are some pending issues from, issues from the first session. We want to just have a brief translation of Dr. Bujeje's presentation, and I welcome the French-English interpreter to just give us a brief of what he said, because we are taking notes of this convening.
Anita, I was not able to listen to him. I was off. I was offline. I was not able to listen to him. Please.
Okay, so we will ask that, Frank, if you are listening, please, we will ask that you send a report to me of your presentation. I will send you my email address if you can, so that you can send that presentation. Presentation.
Yes, I've sent it.
Yes, please send that presentation to us, and your comments. Thank you. I want to invite lastly Maximilian. I wonder if there is anybody from the Somali coalition, Somaliland, Somalia coalition, if there is anybody.
Yeah.
There is anybody. Is there anybody from Somaliland? Okay. Right. Okay. I'll have Maximilian speak. Maximilian, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm sorry for the disturbance that I have had for joining. I was saying that the coalition Mwana Pisonga that I represent as the Secretariat coalition coordinator since 2014 has joined the EACRN at the beginning, and you are working together from that time. And the Coalition Mwana Kwisonga is one of the Rwanda Rwanda civil society organization that started in 2010. In 2010, and then we have been created for joining an effort to monitor the implementation of the UNCRC and the African Charter in Rwanda, and monitoring also the implementation of the UNCRC and the African Charter recommendations after the report that the government of Rwanda have submitted to the two treaty bodies. From that time, we have seen that Rwanda have realized many things around the child promotion and child protection, because the Rwanda have ratified the UNCRC in 1991, and also have ratified the African Charter in May 2021. Since that time, Rwanda were not on the top like it is now for the process of reporting on these two treaty bodies. But since 2010, Rwanda has put a lot of efforts in reporting, and also we can also appreciate the involvement of the civil society organization, including the Child Coalition, in the preparation of alternative reports that you have submitted to the two treaty bodies. In that area also, including the recommendation that has been given to the country, we have observed efforts made by the country, like putting the commission of the National Commission for Children, which is more focused on the child rights issues in the country, but also as the coalition, because the coalition is composed by 19 organizations that are also working in different areas of intervention, like the civil and freedom rights, and other organizations are working also in the area of health and welfare of the child. Others also are working in the education areas, and education, leisure, and recreation, and also the family and environment and alternative care of children. Others also are working in the area of special protection, for example, for the children with disabilities. All those areas, which are also the 5 areas that the UNCRC and the African Charter are focusing on, are also covered by our members. This is the way our coalition, when we are also preparing the alternative report, we use the 5 thematic working group where we prepare those reports. And when we finalize our report, we share it with the African Charter or UNCRC. This is how today we have already submitted 2 reports to the UNCRC and 2 reports to the African Charter. And after that, those reports, we have received also recommendations that are put in place. And even last year, we have submitted a report to the Geneva Committee and also to the African Charter Committee, and we have received already the recommendations which are today on process of implementation. What the coalition do is to coordinate also the activities that are conducted or realized by members, and we receive their reports, the very short but summarized, that should show us what are the priority at the grassroots level, in the community. Some issues that have been given in the recommendation, we have found that there was still the problems of child labor in the agricultural activities. There was also the problem related to the civil and the freedom rights, where the problem of birth registration was a big issue in the country 5 years ago. But according to what we have discussed with the concerned institution, including the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, which is focusing also to the child rights issues, we have arrived to the campaign that helps children to register every child to register every child under 18. Those campaigns have been realized in 2017, and those are one of the big achievement of the coalition. But also we continue also to advocate for increase the budget related to child protection in different areas, and we deal with the Minister of Economic and Finance by producing some position papers to the ministry, and so we give that copy to the Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, which is also concerned, and also to the National Commission for Children. That helps us also to be in good relationship with those institutions, and when we give the information to them, they can also exploit it, not only to exploit, but also to be aware of what is happening and also to take decision. This is our role as the civil society organization. Even today, we have we are also we are having also meetings of preparation of additional information to the what we call the budget framework paper to the Ministry of Economy and Finance and Economy, and that we want to give our contribution to the civil society contribution that will be given to the Parliament on 28th this May, after tomorrow, because when the Minister of Economy give a draft of budget, they share to
Maximilian, are you still there? Maximilian? Right. Unfortunately, we will have to end Maximilian's presentation as well at this point. But I think he has elaborately talked about how the Rwanda coalition is looking at making contributions in terms of report presentations to various treaty body mechanisms, including some of the activities that they have lined up in advocacy on child rights. So Maximilian, we really thank you very much for your contribution. We hope that you can also share with us a brief, written brief of your presentation so that we can capture that in the report of this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, I would also want to recognize UNICEF. I see UNICEF has joined us. If the representative for UNICEF can make a 1 minute presentation, please. Just 1 minute. If they can speak for 1 minute so that we can carry on with the next session of the convening.
Hello, colleagues. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. I'm Jefte Mvondo. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Specialist for UNICEF, Office to the African Union, and ECA. It's a pleasure for me to attend this meeting for the first time. And I followed with great interest the report from the various coalitions in the East African countries. I think mine is just to record that UNICEF, we are so much impressed by the work that civil society organizations are doing in East Africa, in the country, and on the continent in general. And we look for more opportunities to exchange and work together on specific themes. Just to also highlight that as UNICEF to the African Union, our focus here is really to push for positioning of child rights issues in the AU, on the AU agenda, in the AU policies and narrative. So we count on working with the coalition to push to work together towards some of the critical issues that we have with the AU. I'm sure most of you have seen our call to action around COVID, so I won't want to come back to it. So that's what we are working towards with the AU at this moment. We issued a joint statement with the Commissioner for Human Resource Science and Technology around education and COVID. And we are working with the other commissioners as well. So just for me to say, we are here and we will be available to work with you. So feel free to contact our office should there be need for specific advocacy engagement with the African Union. We engage the Commission and we engage all the other organs. We are now building a partnership with the Pan-African Parliament, and I think you will be interested in coming with us on some of the things that we are putting together with them. So briefly, that's what I can say. So I will continue to follow the conversation. If there's any question, I will be happy to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, UNICEF. We appreciate your support and we look forward to better engagement with your office on child rights advocacy. And thank you for also mentioning that your office is open for civil society engagement, and we can reach out to you whenever we want. We need your support. So thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to go to the next session. I think this is where we will discuss, some of the pertinent issues that affect our engagement at this forum, and even as we look at the future of the forum. You have all received the draft agenda items for purposes of this discussion. So feel free really to ask questions, raise your hand and ask questions. There will be session moderators for the next sessions, which will be led by the National Coalition leads. We have all seen, some of the challenges that we have, some of the challenges that are there in regard to our engagement, even online. Connection is a problem. Those are some of the things that we want to see how to, even as we think about, whether we need to have 2 sessions twice a year, whether we need to have at least one virtual session. How do we manage issues around internet connection as well? So we really want to get your views and capture your views in the next session. I want to invite the session lead, the moderator for the next session. Each session will take 15 minutes. We are going to slightly adopt a different approach from what we adopted in Southern African sessions. So each session will have a moderator. And the first moderator is Damon Wamara. Damon Wamara is the lead executive director of Dwelling Places in Uganda. And he will take us through the CSO Forum strategic direction and policies for about 15 minutes. And after that, we will get the next speaker should have been Michael from Tanzania. But as we said, Michael was involved in a personal issue in the morning and is not able to join us. So if Ombeni can carry on and Ombeni can facilitate that session, we'll really appreciate. And that session also will be followed. After that, the third session will be followed by Maximilian, who will take us through the regional and country initiatives of the Charter at 30. And later we will get Tim Ekesa will chair the session on children and COVID-19. So this is really our session, members. So let's participate and provide feedback as much as possible. So Damon, the floor is yours.
And there's a kind request from the guys who are watching that they are talking to names, they're not talking to people. So kindly, if you are able to switch on your camera, if your connection can enable you, so that they can be able to see the people behind the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anita and Jenny. Unfortunately, if I switch on my camera, it will definitely interfere with the whole conversation. So I beg that for purposes of flow, that I continue without the camera. The whole conversation, first of all, I'm very excited to be a part of this and to be asked to moderate and kind of trigger the whole conversation on the CSO Forum strategic direction and the policies. Having had an interaction with the CSO Forum last year and engaging with the different people, I remember the first time, that was March last year, when Musa, who was then in charge of the Secretariat, the place now that Ferry is covering. And one of the key things that he said at that meeting that for me triggered my whole mind, and it has continuously come out in our conversation right from when Anita started speaking to Ferry, to the representatives of our partner support team and everyone else that has been speaking. And the key thing that he said that for me stands out for this CSO Forum is setting the agenda on what needs to be done. I think that is a key statement. And even as we look into our strategic direction and our policies, we need to be rotating around that whole setting the agenda on what needs to be done. We don't want to replace what what I'm going to share is purely my own view and my own thought into starting the conversation. EACRN does not take charge of my statements, neither does Mtoto News, neither does the CSO Forum. This is me and part of what one of the organizations in the network, in the forum, is thinking, and as a member, an active member, that we set the agenda that needs to be done. So we're not taking over what the networks are doing at country level. We're not taking over what the networks are doing at regional level, but we want to set the agenda. We want to be able to have a strong voice as the CSO, because when we are just little people there, we may be able to say so much, but when we are together, we speak louder. And so setting this agenda gives us a clear direction on where we want to go in the next phase. And I think Felista already gave us a clear direction on that. Eleanor Roosevelt says, the future belongs to those who believe on the beauty of their dreams. And I know this CSO Forum was a dream once, and it has taken off. And now we are at another level. 10 years down the road, we're now in our 11th year as a CSO Forum. We're a growing entity. We're a growing organization. We're a growing movement. We're a growing network of organizations. It is prudent that we need to get a clear direction on the wide strategic direction and why we need to have one. We need to, because we have grown. We cannot continue operating, and Claire mentioned this earlier on. We cannot continue operating just here, so that we can also be able to evaluate our output. Are we have we added value? Are we to be achieving as a CSO Forum? Currently, we can be able to pick one or two things, but we need to be able to hold ourselves accountable, also as a CSO Forum, and also to the constituency that we are serving, and that's the children. Are we really achieving the goal that needs to be achieved as to why we were set up as a CSO Forum? That is, for me, the whole essence of why we need to have this strategic direction. Having said that, what do I personally think, having interacted with the CSO Forum and different individuals during this CSO Forum, where we were able to network with many of you? These are some of the thoughts that came to mind with the CSO Forum and even with the Secretariat. These are some of the things that came to my mind. One, it is definite that the CSO Forum was set up to have an engagement with the committee. But I think over the years, the conversations I've had and even questions that many people have asked when I come back to Uganda and I speak to my colleagues in Uganda, they ask, but these comments that you make, these resolutions that you resolve as the CSO Forum, what happens to them? We need to know clearly we need to strategize how we are going to get our resolutions and follow through with these resolutions. So our conversation should be, how do we move from just having resolutions read at the opening of the committee sitting and we leave them there? How do we actually go further and engage them? How do we engage the committee beyond just having these resolutions read and being part of the agenda or of the speaking agenda at the opening of the CSO Forum? That was a great achievement 10 years back. Very good achievement. But how do we strategize ourselves? How do we position ourselves to engage further with the committee and successfully implement the charter? Then the second other thing that I would want us to continuously think about, even as we're looking at the strategic direction, is how do we expand what we are saying? And Felicitas already mentioned something in this connection. She said, how do we get the CSO Forum from just the level of the committee that knows that the CSO Forum is there? How do we get it to all the corners of Africa? Currently, we have very little, we have representation from almost Africa, but we don't have the full Africa represented at the CSO Forum. In our strategy, we need to be thinking, we need to come up with ideas. How do we engage? Get South Africa, Southern Africa involved. Get Eastern Africa involved. Get Northern Africa. Get West Africa engaged. How do we get them engaged? And Cleo and many people have hinted on it. Does everyone have to attend the meeting? How do we engage them? Do we have pre-conferences? How does it feed in? But we need representation from the whole of Africa. So we need to have a strategic thought, and we need to have a discussion on how do we engage every network? How do we get the whole of Africa? So that our position as a CSO Forum is not based on 3 regions or 4 regions, but it is based on the continent of Africa. That will give us a lot of platform, and it will give us a lot of validity in our speech, in our talk, and in everything. Does this mean that we can use the virtual meetings as mentioned? Do we have to, all these conversations at regional level, how do we get the whole of Africa? That is something we need to be thinking, and we need to strategize on how we are going to intentionally engage the Africa region, the whole region. And it gives us a lot of water when we are standing as the whole of Africa speaking. The third point that I would bring out in our strategic direction, and I think Felice has also mentioned this, I want to just throw more light on it, and that is the engagement with the whole of the AU mechanisms, all the different AU programs and everything else. How do we engage and ensure that the child participation, that the child engagement, that the children are being thought about in all the aspects? Talk about the waters, talk about the environment, talk about how do we get to all those beyond just the committee. The committee is great, and it can be our engagement point, and it can be our entry point to go to the rest. But how do we influence? How do we set the agenda also in all other areas? In a recent meeting that Felista and a few other people, we went to Gambia and we were part of a meeting, and we were trying to push the agenda of children in that meeting, and it really showed that it was not the priority of that meeting. And we were like, there is something being lost. We were attending the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We need to set the agenda. Even at that point, we need to be a part of setting the agenda there. We cannot miss such opportunities. Like for instance said, governments want to be able to be in a good books that side. We need to tackle all areas, not just one area, all areas that influence children. And children cover everything. So that's another strategic direction. How do we engage with all the AU mechanisms? Then also, the fourth other thing that I was thinking about is about meaningful child participation. How do we engage children meaningfully? How do we set the agenda of how children participate in our meetings? Many conversations, many thoughts are on this. Some believe that bringing the child into the CSO Forum during a meeting is still also violating their right, because they're supposed to be in school at that time when we are meeting in Addis Ababa, or probably now that it has shifted down south, when we'll be meeting south, wherever we'll be meeting. The last time it was Egypt. Bringing the children violates their rights into being in school. It also, some other thoughts are like, look, the conversations we have in that CSO Forum are not child-friendly. They are conversations for different category of people. So how do we engage them and not miss the voice, and not speak for them, and not miss their voice, and ensure we capture it as CSO Forum? And how do we set the agenda on how child participation can be, and give the example? We have been talking, and you have had the conversation. Set the example. Give the example. Give the example. We have been telling people child participation is important. Child participation is important. We need to strategize on how exactly child participation is going to be framed up when it comes to the CSO Forum. Then I want to also talk about another point. Is the fifth point is advocacy. How can we utilize the CSO Forum? Having now been in place for 11 years, how can we utilize the CSO Forum as a joint voice? That when advocacy comes from national level, it goes into the regional advocacy. Then from regional advocacy, it goes into the continental advocacy. How do we pursue that through? How do we ensure that we follow that through? I know all that our conversations are in advocacy, but how do we make statements? Let me give an example. If South Sudan is going through a lot and the children are being violated, which we all know is happening, and any other country, how do we capture that information? The National Alliance has been able to capture it and has spoken and all this, and we are also amplifying and ensuring that we are advocating, we're holding the flag up for the children and saying, hey, red flag, we need you as AU to respond. We need you as AU to respond. We need to have a clear strategy on how we can advocate clearly beyond the AU and beyond the committee, and we need to have that national agenda. We need to set that agenda at that level of advocacy. Then, of course, something else that we have enjoyed every time we meet, we have been sharing our experiences, we have been highlighting what we have been able to do, how we have been able to have child participation, how we have been able to do. So we need to have a strategy on how we are going to continue sharing and widening, share with different people and make sure it is at continental level to understand these are the best practices. This is what you do to handle issues concerning child marriage. This is what has happened. How do we capture them? Is it in a report? Is it in a webinar like the one we are doing now? What exactly are we going to do? But how do we share the best practices beyond the CSO meeting that we have in March? How do we share that and broadcast it so that other countries can learn and pick a leaf and probably have interventions that can also address the issues with that. And my last point on engagement on the strategic direction is engagement of media and ICT. Everyone has spoken about it. We cannot ignore that we need ICT. We cannot ignore that we need the media. And the media, we know, have a strong influence on setting the agenda. Lisa said it last year, and I think I'll re-echo that we need a strategic we need to think through strategically how we are going to set the agenda at the media and how we're going to engage with the ICT and all other forms of media engagement. Then when we talk about the policies, setting the agenda for the policies, when you have the strategic direction, when you have the whole strategy written out and we know where we're going, there are definitely going to have to be there's need for us to have the policy in place. There's need for us to have guiding principles that we follow through. We have a few as the CSO Forum, but we need to clearly spell out that when we talk about child protection, we as a CSO Forum, we have a policy of our own on child protection and child safeguarding. It is important that we also have one. We cannot hold other CSOs accountable. We cannot start talking about other things that are lacking a child protection and safeguarding. Yet we, as a CSO Forum, do not even have anything in that sense. Because, we're moving away from just being a loose network and we're slowly getting a strategic direction. We need to have those policies that now operationalize what strategic direction we shall be taking. How do we fundraise as a CSO Forum? Many people need scholarships to come for the meetings. Some of the hard countries that have been faced with hardship do not have the funding to come. How do we fundraise and ensure that we don't miss out on these important countries meeting because they do not have financing? Or how do we ensure that they have the ability to still be a part of the meeting, whatever the case might be? How do we do that? What is our policy on that? How do we engage in the fundraising?
Damon, you have 1 minute.
I am on my last. I'm on my last bit. And the last bit is, gender mainstreaming. We need to have the policy on gender mainstreaming. How do we engage? How do we have the gender policy? How do we have all these other policies that can influence and protect still the rights of children and even people who are attending the conference that we will be a part of? I think that is what I would have to share concerning the CSO Forum strategic direction and the policies. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Damon, for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will recall that when we began, we mentioned that some of the objectives of this meeting are drawn on from the 15th forum, and where we felt that there was need for a more robust engagement by CSOs across the continent, and forums, this convening and the subsequent convenings will really help us understand what NGOs are saying insofar as how they want to engage with the committee and also in this forum. So thank you, Damon, for those suggestions. We have captured that in our report. I want to invite a bit of intervention, maybe one or two, if there's anybody who wants to react to Damon's presentation. and perhaps also share, your added views on what you think really the forum, what strategic direction the forum should take as we move on. Any intervention?
Please raise your hand.
Raise your hand, please.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead, Max.
Yeah. Thank you for them on the presentation was very clear, but I want to go to the first intervention that he made about the clear direction of CSO Forum. And also he was proposing that the CSO Forum should take a position to be consulted by the African Committee of Experts, and also to have the clear plans that should be shared with the committee. But I see the issue of strengthening the capacity of the regional networks. Because when you are strong and known as capable to do something, people come to you to consult you, to ask you advice and something like. But when you see how the regional organization, civil society regional organization are working, sometimes they don't have that power of influence. But how do you think we can increase that power of the CSO Forum and also the power of the other regional network to be capable to give a voice when we talk, when we give information, can be considered at top level of the African Union and the other decision makers institution. This is what I want to have a clear picture of what he thought and what he think should be a better way of working. I want to go to complete him also in what he think maybe it should be better if we should also have the big programs that should be implemented at country level, but should be coordinated at regional level by the regional network and also CSO Forum. That should give more voice. This is my interpretation, but maybe he has another option. He can give us the option that he was talking about when he talked about a clear direction of CSO Forum and plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Max. We got your intervention. I want to invite Lydia Buite. Please make your presentation. Intervention, sorry. Lydia?
Right. Hello?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Damon, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to react on one of your first point where you said what happens to the resolutions that we come up with at the CSO Forum. I think moving forward, as a CSO Forum, we need to come up with a strategy how to localize them. How then do we go back at the different regions and different country level to localize some of these resolutions so that when we are going back, even at the CSO Forum itself, we take stock of the same resolutions, again, back, even reporting back to the committee of what has also happened. Because sometimes I notice that we may come and then we are coming up with new issues. We don't know whether what we made in the previous resolutions was actually worked on by the different governments or entities. So it's important for us moving forward to sort of like set how do we localizing these particular resolutions that we come up with, which are subsequently presented to the committee of experts, but then we take them back so that we monitor the implementation at different country level. And then the other point was around setting the agenda at the continental level, especially around the African Commission on the Human and People's Rights. I think the first entry point at this point in time, we need to look at the African CSO. I'm forgetting the name, but I think it's the African CSO platform. There's another platform which is not this one. So how do we get to the organizing committee as a CSO forum, which is focusing on children's issues? How do we get the organizing committee of the African CSO first? Because also it's a very good platform from which, when at least when Damon was speaking, I noticed that there was a very good work relationship between that particular platform with the commission itself. So it's very important that we sort of like have an entry point and engage with that platform, and thereby, if we are on the organizing committee as a CSO forum on children, it means that even there will be specific agenda items that will be focusing on children's issues. Subsequently, again, being able to engage with the commission itself. But also the other thing is that I think even as a CSO, the CSO forum members, it's important for us to engage in trying to get observer status, so that the voice then, we add on to the voice at different levels. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for those suggestions. We have, captured your comments and feedback. Thank you for that. I wonder, we want to move to the next session. I think if you have any comments or suggestions on how we can better engage at the forum, please feel free to send us comments on the suggestion box. I think some of you are already doing that, and we thank you. We want to move to the second agenda item, which is regional contributions to the CSO forums. A few of us have already alluded to that. How do we engage? I think we've already started insofar as having these regional convenings and getting to understand how CSOs are working, and what needs to be strengthened, and how we can better engage with the AU mechanisms and the committee in particular. So I wonder whether Ombeni, are you okay, giving brief remarks on this issue? Ombeni? On behalf of TCRF? Okay. All right, maybe he may have dropped off the call, but I think it would be great to hear from us members, really. How do we, we've already started this engagement yesterday with the Southern Africa convening, and we hear from them on how we can improve our engagement. That is already happening here, but I'd love to hear from us how, on that second agenda item, what we think, how regional contributions to the forum, what format should it take? Should we, as earlier suggested, should we continue, having at least one forum online, one meeting in person in the course of the year? How do we envision, regional sub-regional engagements? As we've already started, how do we envision this happening? So, and I think there's a bit of clarity in how this should happen, and I think maybe a few comments on this issue would be interesting to see what are your perspectives around this. Yes, it would be great to hear your perspectives. Any comment on the second agenda item, please? Lydia, do you still want to speak? Because I can see your hand up.
Yes, Anita.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Again, with what you're talking about in terms of how do we envision our CSO forum moving forward, I am really in for us having quarterly online engagement, keeping in touch with one another, also having certain presentations or reports being presented at a regional level, and then we can maybe meet once a year, face to face or physically. From that's what I'm thinking. But also, how would that then be in tandem with the different, for example, with the committee on the rights of the children? So maybe one of the committee sessions, it means that the Secretariat will just collect the information that has come from the online engagement and then be able to go come up with a communique and present it to the committee from that angle. And then we can have, in a year, have one engage or face-to-face meeting where the members can also get a chance to interface with the committee. That would be my chance. However, I also wanted to go back to I forgot one thing that we can do at the continent level. One thing I learned when I think of in Gambia is that at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, there is a commissioner who is specifically attached for children's affairs. And I don't know how, and I think moving forward, we need to be able, as a CSO Forum, an African CSO Forum, working on children's issues, how do we engage that particular commissioner on the African Commission on Human and People's Rights? So that is also another strategic engagement we can do. And when we do that, it means that we'll be pushing our agenda and setting our agenda also at that particular level. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Lydia, for those very good remarks. I think we are getting somewhere. Your comment around how do we ensure that there's greater regional engagement through submission of reports, and what is the role of the Secretariat towards supporting those regional development of those reports, and how does this relate to how is it in tandem with the committee sittings, and how do we as a Secretariat support in developing the communiques or even reports, supporting those development of reports by from the regions. I think these are important and interesting perspectives that we should take in mind even as we think about the future of the CSO Forum. I want to invite any other intervention on this agenda item. I think it is important that you make your comments now because your feedback is really important and strengthens our engagement as we move forward. Yes,
there are a couple of questions. I think either is Felicitas there? Is she in? Feli?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so there are a couple of questions. I think they should be responded. Is the network registered and legally, or is still loose? And if there's another question, what are the requirements for membership to the network? I think those questions should. I think Feli can be able to go ahead.
Should I respond verbally, or I should just type on the platform?
I think you just verbally, so that's for the sake of the rest of the guys who do not understand the CSO Forum.
The registration is still a very controversial issue. It was initially registered in the West, as I've indicated, where it started with the Secretariat, and there were issues there. And then we have since revamped the CSO Forum as you see today. So we are still exploring registration, because one of the things that had delayed the registration was which country are we going to register it at? And then there was the issue of the movement of the committee itself. Remember, the CSO Forum is a support system to the committee, although sometimes we are not viewed as such. So, and then there was an issue of the committee having to move. So we stalled the registration, needing to be sure of where it is moving, because you know that there were different countries that had made the bid for wanting to host the committee. And then finally, when it was Lesotho, it looked like it's going to take a very long time and perhaps it won't happen. And then when it was now happening, Corona started. So those are some of the issues that have delayed the registration. But yes, we need to register. And that is why today and on the 3rd, the issue of the strategic direction really is very important, so that we can cement the identity of the CSO Forum and facilitate for its registration, and ultimately facilitate for it to hire people so that it can be independent with its secretariat as well. So those are some of the things that we are working on currently. Being a member of the CSO Forum, is it the CSO Forum or the network? The membership for the CSO Forum is really open right now. But you need to be a member of a regional network as well, or aligned somehow to the regional network, because a lot of communication, you find that it doesn't necessarily go to individual organizations per se, but most of it goes to regional networks, because most of them are either in the forum as individual people within the secretariat, or they are part of the management committee. But it's an open membership, because we want all civil society organizations that are working within the child sector to be part of the CSO Forum. And the more numbers we have, the better representation it would be, and credibility and legitimacy. So it's open. Yes, young youth or young people's organizations, they should be involved as well. They can be part of this. Remember that as the child sector, we also have that cohort. The in other countries is 12 to 18, in others it's 15 to 18. And then that cohort also falls within the adolescent and young people cohort as well. But they are still children in our sector. So we need to be working with this civil society organizations that are addressing issues of young people, particularly for that cohort that we are still servicing under the banner of children, but they also fall within the youth sector for the purpose of them being adolescents and young people. So yes, we can work with that, with those CSO forums in the regions. I think I've answered all the questions, not Jennifer?
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Great. Thank you. Back to you, Anita.
Thank you, Felicitas, for that presentation. So we want to move to the next session, which is Agenda 3 and Agenda 4. And Agenda 3, I think we have, in a way, canvassed the issues in the previous session, but we want to hear from Maximilian his views on the regional and country initiatives of the Charter at 30. What do we need to do at the country level, at the regional level? What ideas do we have, even as we think about commemorating the Charter at 30? It would be great also to hear, after Maximilian, participants' perspectives on what needs to be done as we commemorate the Charter at 30. Maximilian, can you take us through that session?
Okay, Anita, I think I need to communicate something from the interpreters. Please, they need to take a break. Please be as brief as possible. 5 minutes, Maximilian, thank you.
All right, thank you. Maximilian, we cannot hear you. Okay, perhaps we will take that break with to allow the interpreters rest. And then,
we can go ahead. I think with the next person.
Sorry?
Go ahead with the next person, yeah.
Okay. I don't know whether is Tim Ekesa there. He was to lead us on the next session. All right. He also stepped out. But I think the next session really is, I think, should have been the one crowning this discussion. I think we can conclude by, getting views from members around, children and COVID-19. What are some of the regional initiatives that are ongoing in addressing, the current global health pandemic, and how it has influenced your work as national coalitions, but also how is it impacting more on children. We did have a presentation from Sudan in that regard. They sent us a brief on what is happening in terms of the impact of COVID-19 on children in Sudan. But as I look for that presentation, please, it would be great to hear from members. How are we responding to the current context insofar as addressing child rights concerns?
Hello, Anita.
Yes.
Probably as you do that, I can give what Uganda has been doing in responding to COVID-19, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. As you are looking for that, Uganda, it is we have been on lockdown. It's only today when the private vehicles have been now allowed to move, and we are now semi-lockdown, but still working until a curfew of 7 o'clock. Generally, when we started the lockdown, we did not start off well because we had the child helpline, which was one of the essential mechanisms for us to have cases reported on child violence. It was closed, and at that point of it closing, we saw the CSOs take a very key role in working and pushing government. The CSOs and the international organizations like Plan International, Save the Children, and World Vision, and UNICEF, to mention but a few, take a lead role with us, the local CSOs, in engaging with government to see how to support government in ensuring that child helpline, which plays a key role, remains open. And happy enough, 3 weeks after the child helpline was open, and what we receiving news, we do not as yet have the status report, but from the coordinator of that child helpline, the number of cases has tripled. Cases reported on child violence has tripled, and this is kind of in relation to the violence against children report that was produced in 2019, the Uganda Child Violence Against Children's report, which reported that more violations are happening at home of children than at school, than anywhere else. Sorry, not just school. And for us, that was a heavy impact. And I mean, this just shows what really is happening in the households. And also, the police reported gender-based violence had increased, domestic violence had increased, and all these we know can be attributed also to children, and it has an impact on children. We've had cases of internal child trafficking, engagement of children with the commercial sex exploitation, but in a very good way, we have also had quick response from CSOs, from citizens themselves, and also from the enforcement officers who have also worked at arresting, protecting, and we've also seen quick justice for some of the victims or the survivors of the commercial sex exploitation and the trafficking. We've seen that in Uganda right now, the external trafficking cases have tremendously reduced, or we have not had any reported. But in terms of internal trafficking, we have seen that there has been an increase in number of internal trafficking. It's unique because you're in a lockdown, but you're still seeing trafficking happening and all that, and definitely children are affected deeply. Also, in a unique way, some of the children who are vulnerable that can easily be neglected are children who are living and working on the streets. And in Uganda, we had a program with the government in creating isolation camps for these children, where they are able to receive rehabilitation, get tested for COVID, for corona, to ensure that they are free from corona, and then then later on, after a period of about 2 months, 1 month and a half, they are now placed in transitional centers on their way back home. That's so over 180 children in Kampala alone. That's the capital city, but another number, I know some organizations worked with other districts to also see more children being rescued. Being isolated and being treated, and being not treated, but and being supported in returning back home. We also at the beginning realized that probation and social welfare officers, who are the key government officers by mandate, by law, to ensure the protection and of the children rights are in place in all the districts in Uganda. We saw that they were not an essential service and were told to pack and go home and stay home, and that we believe also was had an effect in terms of the probation officers responding. But we are glad that with a lot of conversations with Ministry of Local Government, that they were then placed as essential staff. But this is only after the gender-based violence increased. There are a couple of many other things. In terms of our work directly as dwelling places, we run shelters, rehabilitation centers, transitional centers, and we had to lock down. And even though we had very many children who were in need of protection, we had to take the critical decision on protecting those who were in our care and finding alternatives for those other children. But it was very hurting for us to not take on more children, or not because we did not have the financing or the facility, but because we had to think about protecting the other children. And but of course, the alternative of engaging government and having the isolation center came into play, but we had to close down. I think I'll leave space for other people to comment. But in a nutshell, that's kind of a picture of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Damon. Is there anybody else who wants to give a brief about their country context, how they've been able to respond to the current situation?
Hello?
Yes, Maximilian?
Yeah, let me, maybe if you allow, I can continue after that context of COVID, and also give my point on the moderation that I was supposed to do. For Rwanda, the COVID-19 has been a surprising context that came without any preparation of everyone. And then the lockdown also have created a lot of disturbance in the working conditions at all levels of people, public institutions, civil society, and the private sector. But as you know, also in every country now, the schools are not working. The children are at home. But we appreciate for Rwanda what happened. This is a time of information technology. Children are getting also their course at home on radio, on TV. But radio, they use different channels, and also the programs are published every week. Children should know at which course they have to attend. Yes, we know that it is difficult to monitor that, but at least we know that this has been an occupation for children for this period, which is not a holiday, but also a period of staying at home. but also the program that are teaching people to social distancing, to avoid all ways of spreading the COVID-19 have been also published and also vulgarized through different social media, and we saw that it has helped also the country for not having much contamination in rural areas, because in Rwanda all people who are contaminated have been also locked down in Kigali city, and today we are in the process of easing the lockdown, but the people out of Kigali should not link with Kigali people, and we saw that the number of contaminated people are reducing a little bit. This is what I can say, that as a good program that helps not having much contamination in all the country, and I appreciate that. But we need to know how also to cope with the context in which we are living, because after COVID there is a big challenge of having vulnerability in the families. People are losing their jobs because of companies which are closing somewhere, and people should not start again with the same place where they were working. This is something that people should think about, how to help those people who will not be able to rejoin their ancient workplace, because those people also have children, and when the parents are getting difficulties, the consequences also are repercuted to the children. This is what you have to think about the after COVID, how to manage that situation. This is what I should give as a context of Rwanda about the management of COVID-19.
Yes.
If you allow, yeah.
Thank you, Max, for that. And I think as we continue even to the main forum, I think we should start really developing concrete, recommendations that we, can put forth even as we continue engaging and noting, some of the challenges that we already seeing in regard to the impact of COVID-19 on children. We need to, begin to see what is really working in the different contexts, and package that and share that, with the other members, even within the, AU structures that are currently also finding out, what are some of those things that needs to be done to effectively respond to the impact of COVID-19 on children. I see a hand up. Ujeje, do you want to make a comment?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Oui. Yes.
Hello? Is there translation for him?
Okay, no, I want to speak in French. You must have said
okay, fine. Okay,
the translator is there. Dominique, you're there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm here.
All right, Frank, please speak close to the microphone so that we can the translator can capture you well.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. Yes, I'm getting you. Yes, Frank.
Continue.
With regard to the experience, let me share our own experience with you. We didn't have a serious lockdown like what has been done in other countries, but But today we can, in terms of people who have been infected, we can count 20 people infected. And this is as per the report that we received. But in Burundi, we have a serious issue. We didn't, as I said before, we didn't have any lockdown. In Burundi, we just continue living as before. We didn't really have, we didn't make serious changes since the COVID-19 came through. But we have other serious issues. I think you've heard a report regarding the expert of HWO who have been sacked from our country. This is one of the major issues that we had. When in schools, we have some issues in schools. We have teachers who are sick, and these teachers are not assisted. And if we are also trying to look at the public market, people are working, continuing with their businesses as usual, and some hygiene issues are not taken into account, and especially in this period of COVID-19. And as here, we are intending to ignore the COVID-19 by relying on prayers and religion. That is, for me, it is not such a good idea. So we do not also have enough financial support to conduct some kind of advocacy and also to solve some of the issues that are raised. So, in a nutshell, this is exactly what I wanted to share with you. And as I stated, for us, we never experienced any lockdown. And we hope that we could learn more from you, or you could either give us some suggestion with regard to this situation. Thank you.
Merci.
Yes, thank you very much, Frank, for giving us a brief on Burundi. If you will allow me, I want to read a brief from AFAF of Sudan Child Rights Forum. They sent us a brief on the context of COVID-19. First, they say that they were not able to register because Zoom registration is not available in Sudan. But nevertheless, they did want to share their presentation. And this is what they say, that the Ministry of Social, that with the General Administration of Social Welfare of the Sudanese Ministry of Social Development, that since the beginning of the COVID virus in China and its spread in other places, plans are being implemented within the framework of the National Emergency Plan to protect street children and other vulnerable groups. The Ministry of Social Development, in cooperation with the Child Rights Network, has intensified awareness-raising efforts in all shelters and addiction treatment centers affiliated to it. And fields of stream researchers and specialists in the areas of awareness have been sent to different regions in Sudan. There is also full coordination, cooperation with the Ministry of Health and civil society. Of interest and of necessity is the issue of street children, who are the heart of the national plan to combat coronavirus, which include the nature of their lives and the risks that may arise, especially if the virus spreads amongst the street children. Many network memberships from specialized organizations and societies have organized awareness campaigns and the supply of sterilization and cleaning materials for the care of these children who are in the streets in many places in Sudan. Specialized organizations have also intensified family reunification programs where many children are being persuaded to return to their families so that they are in safer human protection than facing risk of spreading of the virus. And there are many official efforts and areas that have been exerted, or I think he meant secluded for rehabilitation, also to equip children with shelters to become safe havens, even as the pandemic continues within the poor regions in Sudan. In the implementation of the decisions of the Presidency of the Supreme Council of Ministers for Emergencies to adopt precautionary measures to protect the children of Al-Kalawi from the threat of the coronavirus and deport them to the states and reunite them with their families, the Child Rights Network, with the National Council for Childhood, and including government partners, civil society, and international networks in the field of child protection, have carried out deportation of Al-Kalawi children. The daily ministry, through a national committee that included the Ministry of Labor and Social Development and Ministry of Religious Affairs, endowments, and the Federal Ministry of Health, and the Child Protection Unit, the Sufi Sheikhs and the Cellular Sheikhs, the civil society, UNICEF, global organizations, Wild Children organizations, have all, in one way or the other, contributed to this program. So they've also sent photo reports. I wish I could have projected this, which shows pictures of children who have been deported from Al-Kalawi, and I think they are reminding us that we need to remember, these children who are facing deportation. So, and they say that about 2,000 of them were transferred from 7 Khartoum localities to the major states of Darfur, the Blue Nile, the Kordofan sector, and the Gedaref region. So we will continue. So this is how the statement from Sudan in regard to the context they are currently and how they are responding to the situation in regard to the impact of COVID-19 on children. And I think importantly, they are reminding us that there are about 2,000 children who've been deported and who need, protection and attention at this point. So we will continue engaging even as we continue to the subsequent meetings and to the main forum. Right, we are pressed for time, really. I would love to hear from, other participants. Child Agenda Forum is up. If you can please speak briefly in less than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Anita. My name is Samuel Munyuinya. I sit in the Secretariat for Children Agenda Forum, it's a volunteer secretariat, the African Institute for Children's Studies. So I'll respond in relation to what we're doing on COVID. So we've been having weekly meetings, Zoom meetings, that has attracted a number of CSOs, and some of the gaps we are trying to fill is, number one, to be able to identify who is doing what across the country. So we've done a mapping tool that is work in progress, but some members had already shared, and I think it's forming up well, and you could see which counties don't seem to be having representation. But of course, at this stage, until we have more data from the various CSOs, it may be difficult to really conclude that. But I think it will be an important tool. The other bit is we are part of the National COVID Child Protection Task Force on Children. And so there we've been basically working with partners from government, UNICEF, in trying to shape up the response plan and again mobilize resources and have shared things like data, what are the information management tools, plus IEC, the information and education materials. So groups like Plan and others have led some of those processes, and what they developed and are shared. Allow me to just point out that I don't know what is working for the others in the other countries, but related to the earlier conversation we had or on effectiveness, I think that remains a challenge, because the situation in Kenya is the constitution allows us and provides platforms where you can really talk. But whether what you provide as your opinion or advisory get to be taken is another story. So what has been a key question for me, and I think for a good number of other people in the CSOs, is how can we be sure that some of our advocacy points can really be listened to? So the whole thing about effectiveness. On the question of data and number of children affected, there was a major concern on the national COVID response team, how they were managing situations where children were affected. So whether caregivers have been picked because they needed to be taken into quarantine or isolation, and how they left the children completely vulnerable. So there's been a need for guideline. If other countries have been able to develop guidelines on how do you manage cases of children affected by COVID, that would be useful to be shared, including in this platform. Then there's the entire conversation around accountability on resources that the government is getting, budget tracking, and just how do we ensure that money meant for this goes exactly for that. The first accounting, some preliminary accounting that was shared by the Ministry of Health really brought in a lot of questions, and there was major conversation in the public. But again, we don't want to be just among public members doing conversation on WhatsApp or on social media. Again, I think the whole need to be more engaged for more openness by governments on what they're receiving. And again, the allocation on child protection, social protection, are suffering really. They seem to be completely ignored, and the medics are driving the response. So I do think we do need a shared learning on what will work in ensuring that we advocate for enhanced resources. Lastly, I have engaged in children in the justice system and children who've been under institutional care. A lot of institutions, were directed that they should release the children to reduce the risk because of spacing issue. But some of those children were in those centers because that was the safest place they could get. So what happens to them when they're sent back home? Now, the same thing is happening when police are told, do not receive any child, don't keep anyone in child protection unit or in the cells. A good thing, but sometimes a case of a child is sent there because to the community, that seems to be the only safest place. So unfortunately, I don't think there's been clarity on what should be done. What should the police do then? And case follow-up is really weak. So I think those are some of the points that I want to raise, and I welcome any learning from others. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. Ladies, I think and gentlemen, I think as we conclude, we'd love to hear also, what are some of the responses? What is working in your within your different country contexts, even as you try to respond to the COVID-19 situation and its impact on children? What are some of the things that are really working that you think you can share with members or panelists? And in one, if you cannot, I think one of the things that as we continue having these conversations, even in other platforms, it would be great to hear really what is working, because all of us are in lockdown. People have lost jobs. Families are being broken. Inevitably, children suffer. We've also had in certain instances that child marriages are happening at this point. So how are we? How do we provide solutions? What do we think can work in such contexts? We've also had, I think, reports from partners that some governments are actually cooking results of COVID patients. Some don't want to give the real picture, and some civil society organizations working on child rights have been threatened. How do we respond to such issues, even as we continue in the lockdown context? So we need to really think through this and assist us in developing concrete recommendations as we go into the main forum. And your feedback is appreciated, even as we continue working, deliberating on these issues. Right. We are moving towards the 2 more sessions towards the closing of this, the Eastern African convening. And lastly, I think I want to invite Maximilian to take us through the regional and country initiative of Charter at 30.
Thank you, Anita, for the floor that we give me. I did know exactly if you want that we talk about how we want to celebrate the 30 years of the charter, or if you want to that we discuss on the issue that has been happening during the 3 decades that are ending on 11 July this year, because the charter has been adopted at 11 July 1990. But what I see and what I want to talk about is that during the 3 decades, the African countries has been struggling toward the respect of children's rights. But when you see in different countries, there was a lot of violation of children's rights. And we can say that during this period also, we were still in a period people in the rural areas were working in the ancient time. The children should go at school, but when they finish their primary school, maybe they don't have chance to go to the secondary school, and they don't have any profession that should help them and to live and also to help their children, because you know that the children of today are the leaders of the future of our countries. This is how I said it's better to go through the issue that we can observe in our countries, but also in our continent. And I saw that we are in a period of information technology, but people who must use that information and technology do not know how to use that because they are not informed. They don't have the capacity. This is a big problem. And I saw that also we need to increase the budget that in our country we have to advocate for our governments to increase the budget of education and also for to have the quality of education in our country. To invest in children must be a must for every country. And we know that also in some of our countries, we should find some lesson to learn and also to be applied in other countries, like what we can call the homegrown solution.
Maximilian, are you still there?
That can be copied and no, we have different people. Yes, I'm there. Do you listen to me?
Yes, carry on.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes, Maximilian.
Yeah. Sorry if you lose something. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead, Max.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking about what we have to analyze when we are going to celebrate the 30 years of our charter. We need to think about what happened in 30 years ago. From 1990, we have seen that on our continent, we have continued to see that there are a lot of violations. And I was talking about the problem of not having the capacity to catch up on the information technology, because this period, someone who wants to grow up also to be developed need to have and also to be capable to analyze the information that he is getting or she is getting through different ways of communication. This is why I say it's better to invest more in the information and technology and also in education and help children of our continent to be able to have a profession. If you want to grow up and also to help people to develop, they need to have a profession that will help them to help their children. Also, we still continue to be of that capacity of helping their children. This is why I said also we need to invest more in education and have the quality of education in every country. But also we need to see how country to another one should copy and paste some good programs, what I can call the homegrown solutions that can be copied and pasted in some countries. Because if you should know, we don't have the same experience. And also we know that when someone is informed and he get that information, can share with others, it should help also the children of their countries. I say that also we have to invest more in girls, in girl children, for them to be able to support their families. You know that in Africa, in every country also we have some proverb that said, when you teach a lady or a woman, you teach a family. I can say that also we need to encourage and also advocate for our countries to be able to report to the African Committee of Experts on the rights and welfare of the child, because this is an opportunity which is given to them to be able to make an auto-evaluation. Because when you can't evaluate yourself, you don't know where you are, you don't know if you are advanced or you are still behind other people. This is why I suggest that civil society organizations should continue to advocate for their countries to provide a report to the mechanism, to the African Charter and African Committee mechanism. For not taking long to this one, I can also ask people to think about the big issue that we have had in these last 2-3 decades. The war in Africa, the conflict, the problem of FGM and child marriage in some countries. All those issues must be also put on the agenda when you are preparing to celebrate what you have achieved for the such years. This is my combination of ideas that we can think about and see how we can realize a celebration that should take up our vision, the vision of the CSO Forum, the vision of Eastern Africa Child Network, to know what has been changed and what should be changed for the coming period. This is my idea, but I should ask some people to compliment me and also to see what, if you want to celebrate, but what are we happy for? Are we happy for what happened? And do we want we continue to live as we are living today, or we should also suggest some changes? This is what I wanted that we can discuss and then find a solution and see what can be the theme of celebration of the African Charter on 30 years. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maximilian, for those very great comments on your vision for the the organizations, the networks, as well as what we need to do for the Charter at 30. I want to invite any comments from the participants on what they think we should consider for the Charter at 30. I know energies are now waning, but we are about to conclude. But if there is any participant who has a brief comment or contribution on what we need to think about as the Charter turns 30, Maximilian has already alluded to some of, very good comments. We need to take stock of what we've done over the past 30 years and where we want to go. So it would be great also to hear from other participants on how, this could be done a bit more practically. Yeah. Any other comments on this? If there are no other comments, perhaps we could answer a few questions. So Felicitas, are you there?
Yeah, Anita.
Yes, there are some questions on the comment box. Getachew is asking, are there mechanisms that children are able to report and included in the national report? I think she's asking perhaps how children's participation is actually captured in the national report, or how do we capture children's contributions in our national reports? You want to answer that?
Yeah, there are two ways. It's either children are part of the broader civil society reports that we write, or we can prepare a report that is separate, which we call a children's report as well. Both of them are allowed by the committee. But recently, there's been a revamp of the communication mechanism that we've been using with the committee. It's now called the complaints mechanism, which you can identify a case and be able to report that as well. In the SADC region, I know we are working with Gracia Machel Trust to make sure that it's well known within the region, and that civil society and children can utilize it to report rights violations. So yes, children can actually do that, and there are mechanisms that we can utilize.
Great, thank you very much. And there's also Professor Njoka. Thank you for your comment. Professor is making a recommendation that CSOs also need to lobby for combining of the UNCRC reporting and the ACRWRC reporting. So that I think that's a great comment that we need to think about in terms of how do we combine those reports. I think that comment is great, and thank you very much, Professor Njoka.
But in addition to that, Anita,
yes.
you would remember that in Cairo in November 2019, the committee did tell us that they are currently doing what they call a benchmark with the UNCRC, the council itself, so that they can see where they can create synergies and timelines to be the same, so that it doesn't, there's no report fatigue at member states, but also with civil society organizations. So I think once that process is done, we can utilize that, because as you know, there's slight difference between the charter and the CRC. So those differences and the timelines as well are different. Those differences within the instruments themselves perhaps is what then leads to the different structures having to be reported to separately. But the committee is aware of that, and they had promised us that they are benchmarking with the UNCRC, and I guess we'll have to wait feedback to see how best they thought there could be synergies. But we all agree that doing different reports, even with other civil society organizations, we find it very difficult because you have to split resources, and sometimes the resources that you don't have. So yeah, thank you, John.
Thank you, Felicitas. One last one from Magara Edson. Magara is asking about the network strategic. What is the network strategic focus? He has failed a number of times to access the strategic plan on the website. And secondly, he's asking, does the network offer internships and opportunities for other EAC countries? If so, how can one apply? Because there's no information or option about the same on the website. At least I don't know whether you want to answer that. Hello?
I'm not sure if is Edson referring to the CSO Forum or to EACRN. I don't know if that question. Perhaps if I can get whether it's the CSO Forum or EACRN, and then I can answer. Thanks.
Okay, perhaps we'll clarify that with Edson, whether it's referring to the EACRN or the. But if it is the EACRN, we are working towards improving our website, and hopefully we'll have to link it up with other regional mechanisms. And we welcome you to reach out to us on our email, secretariat@eacrn.net. And you can share your questions and concerns on that email address. So thank you very much, participants. I think the next session, I want to invite Komotso Monso, who will take us through the strategic planning process. He agreed to support us, the Secretariat, with this process. So please feel free to engage Komotso in the next session. Komotso, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you all hear me today?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Yes, yeah. I'll try to run through the slide, and Jennifer has agreed to be my Chief Executive Officer in administration. So, colleagues, I'll just go through the overview of the strategic planning process and then go to some of the questions that I think as the region that you need to respond to. The first slide just clearly outlined the process that you want to follow. I've been made aware that we don't necessarily have the current strategic plan. Therefore, we'll just zoom in conducting pest analysis, where we take a scan or analysis of the political, economic, social, and technological environment. But also some organizations prefer to extend pest to pestle, where you look at political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal aspects. That's the analysis. And then thereafter, we then also, as the CSO Forum within the region, then do a little bit of SWOT analysis. In terms of SWOT analysis, there are two broad components, the external and the internal. The external is the strength. What is our capability as the CSO within the region? What are we capable of doing? What are we good at? Just looking internally, and then also looking internally in terms of our weaknesses. What are our shortfalls? What are we not able to do? What are our lackings, and so forth? And these are very critical in terms of helping us to now, when we think in terms of our strategic focus, our key priority areas, in terms of what strength do we have to capitalize on, and how do we use our strength to then address or improve on our weaknesses. And we have two external factors which are completely out of our control that you always have to take into consideration. The opportunities. What opportunities are there for the CSO Forum to be relevant, the CSO Forum to translate the right of sharing into reality, and what are the threats that are there that could prevent the CSO Forum to be what it desired to be. And in terms of gap analysis, we're also looking at organizational. What kind of policies, systems, and mechanisms do we have in process? Do we have financial systems, policies? Do we have policies that govern membership and so forth? And then thereafter, we'll then say what are the required action. And then when we've done the first three, then the first three will then help us to look at our current vision and mission and ask ourselves, is our current vision and mission still relevant in view of the emerging issues, in view of the new normal that we find ourselves in? Then we'll use, and also looking at our strength, our weaknesses, the opportunity that exists there, the threat that exists there, and then we then use that to redefine what should be our vision and what should be our mission in terms of us being relevant. The vision in terms of where do we want to be, where do we want to see the CSO Forum in the next 5 years, or where do you want to see the status of chairing in the continent in the next 5 years, and how then in terms of the mission, how do you then ensure that we achieve that vision? And then when we have redefine our vision and mission, then we zoom into a short-term and long-term strategic goal. The strategic goal is that high-level change that you want to see happening in the lives of children within the continent. And then within that, we then have short-term goals and so forth. And that should be based on the vision and mission. And our vision and mission should be responding to the gap analysis, to the SWOT analysis, and also to the past. And then based on the long-term change that we want to see for children in our continent and so forth, we'll then develop key priority areas, which will then guide us what's it that we want to do. And under each key priority areas are the main focus area that we want the CSO Forum to focus on. It might be advocacy, knowledge sharing, knowledge building in terms of research, capacity building, resource mobilization, and so forth. And under each key priority areas or focus area, we could then have strategic objectives, and then under each strategic objective, we then have activities, and then then we have expected output, expected outcome, indicators, and so forth. And when we have that now, we then zoom into developing the M&E framework that will then guide and ensure that we monitor that which we said we want to achieve through our strategic plan. And the last block is just showing the next process. After following this process, then we then collate all the input from all the regions, put it into the first draft. From the first draft, we share the first draft to solicit input. Then after we've received the second draft, and then we can finally review, edit, and finalize, collate everything and finalize the strategic plan. And then it will be up to the CSO Forum or the management whether we want to launch the strategy. Can I move to the next slide, Jennifer? Now, the next slide is now helping us to start to redefine the vision, the mission, and the strategic goal. The first question, why do we exist as a CSO Forum? This is a purpose-driven question. Why do we need CSO Forum in the continent? What is that main thing that you want to achieve? What the kind of change that we want to drive? And where do you want to see the status or the well-being of children, the welfare, the rights and welfare of children in the next 5 years? So this question is broader, but it helps us to define our vision, our mission, and also our strategic goal. And linking to that is also what significant change do you want to see in the lives of African children in the next 5 years? This question relates to the strategic goal, because the strategic goal is about that high-level question, that high-level change that you want to see. So this will be addressing then we'll rephrase the strategic goal around that. And then what should be the CSO Forum's key focus areas or key priority areas? Those will be the pillars that speaks to our strategic goal. And I just want to indicate that, colleagues, when you make inputs, when you respond to this question, you don't have to phrase them in the form of strategic objective. Just answer the questions as they are. The more information we get, it will be easier for us to use our organizational development knowledge to frame the strategic objective, to extrapolate information for vision and mission, and also to formulate a the key priority area. So you don't have to worry about trying to phrase them in the strategic, in terms of the strategic language. Next slide. And then just to indicate, normally, more often than not, we think the strategic plan is just the document that is meant to be in the shelf. I just want to highlight that the strategic plan is a kind of roadmap. The roadmap with timelines, with milestones. And then with the result framework will then start to show us whether we are on the right or we are going we're still on the right track or we are deviating. So it's very important that as soon as we have developed the strategic plan, because it's a roadmap, we then operationalize the strategic plan in what we call annual operational plans. Because we cannot implement the strategic plan as it is. but then we operationalize it with annual operational plan. Some people call it annual implementation plans, whatever you call it. And then we further develop your activity plans from there. Then that way we'll be able to monitor this roadmap, because the roadmap help us to see from point A, where do I want to be? I want to reach point C or point D. Then how do I navigate through up until I reach point C? Next slide, Jenny. I touched about, if you recall, I think the first slide I spoke about gap analysis. Gap analysis is just firstly doing a quick rapid assessment in terms of what do you think are the main gaps within the child rights sector within the continent, and in this context, we focus in your region. What are those gaps? It's more of a quick situational analysis, just scanning at high level. And then also we then look in terms of gap analysis, looking at the organizational capabilities and capacity. Do you think the CSO Forum have the required capacity to address those gaps? And if not, when we formulate our key priority areas, one of the key priority areas will be then formulating key priority area on capacity building, in-house capacity building, so that we ensure that the CSO Forum is able to respond to the gaps that we shall have identified. And the other key question is now, what do you think are the critical areas of improvement for the CSO Forums? That to speak to capacity area. As and when we try to address the gaps that we shall have identified, what are those areas that you want to address, capacity building areas that we want to improve on, so that we become relevant, so that we become effective and efficient, and so that we are able to adequately respond to those gaps? And number 4, do we think the CSO Forum have a clear measure of success to monitor and evaluate its progress? So we're doing this gap analysis, and this gap analysis then will show us where are the gaps, so that when we start to develop our priority areas, key priority areas, we also touch on these key focus areas. Next slide. I'll be finished in the next few minutes. The next slide is around policy gap analysis. As you know, policy gap analysis. We know we are a network-based structure. The key question is, does CSO Forum have the policy to guide registration and behavior of its membership? Do you have any document that if one want to affiliate can refer to that? If there's dispute, you can refer to such policies. In terms of clause number 1 of membership policy, X region has violated X clause and so forth. That's policy analysis, and is it necessary? Do we need those? And then also, do we have a policy with clear scheme of delegation and internal controls that guide our transactions, that ensure that who is authorized to approve what amount and so forth? And also, do we have a very succinct and robust segregation of duties, so that some of them don't become a referee and a player at the same time? We have such policies, and it should not be a big policy. We can even, maybe because we are a network, agree to have one what you call a CSO Forum workbook, where we have simple section, one pager, but we have a clear policy that articulate and guide us in terms of our behavior. And the third one is in terms of, do we have a clear terms of reference that guide the performance and the behavior of the management committee and the secretariat? Do we have a boundaries? Do you know what is the scope of focus for the management vis-a-vis the secretariat? Who make decisions? Who implement? Do we have that documented? If one was to ask, why did secretariat do 1, 2, 3? Can we say we are guided by clause number 3 of the terms of reference, so that we organize ourselves and we are better positioned to be recognized as the organization. But most importantly, we're talking about registration. And my assumption is that at one stage we also want to mobilize the resources, so that we have got the resources as the CSO Forum. Therefore, we need to have policies. We have to get our house in order, so that we can be viewed as a credible organization that is accountable, that can hold itself accountable and hold itself accountable. And then, if we do have these policies, or some of them, then the question will be, what do we think are main gaps? If we don't have some of these policies, what do you recommend as action point, and what do you think we should do? Those are also one of the exercises that we need to do as the region. Next slide should be the one before the last. Now, colleagues, this is SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis, I think we all know. I spoke about it. It's about the strength that provides area to list the strength that we have within as the organization, and weakness are those things that can make us fail to do what we do best. And then an opportunity are those and the enabling environment, the opportunity, the issues that make us relevant, and so forth, and the threat. Go to the next slide that clearly explains this so that we're all on board as well before we go to the questions. Next slide, Jenny. And now if you look at the SWOT, no, go back. Jenny? Hello?
Is this one or the next one?
The last, no, the one before this.
That one?
No, go back. Yeah, this one. So, colleagues, SWOT analysis. If you look at the strength and opportunity, those are helpful in helping us to achieve our objectives. Therefore, we really have to know what are our strengths and what opportunities that will help us to then achieve what we want to do. And also equally, weaknesses and threats. Those are all those elements that are harmful or that can prevent, or those factors that serve as barriers in us achieving our objective. So it's very important to be accurate in knowing this. So in terms of our assignment, so in terms of our exercise now is now to examine the strengths within the CSO Forum. What are we capable of doing as the CSO Forum? What are we good at? What gives us sustainable competitive advantage in comparative to other existing networks in the region? And then also look in terms of what are our limitations. These are our weaknesses. What are we lacking as the CSO Forum? What are we failing to do properly? So this is within ourselves, just self-examination. So we are also expected to go through these questions and respond to those. And then we look externally. We look also externally in terms of what opportunities are there for the CSO Forum to grow, for the CSO Forum to be relevant, for the CSO Forum to be effective, and for the CSO Forum to bring about desired change in the lives of African children. And what are the hanging fruit that CSO Forum can tap into? And then we look at also into the threats. What will prevent us to achieve our desired goal? What are the challenges and obstacles that we need to overcome so that when we do our priority, when we are setting our key priority areas and our strategic objectives, we strategize in terms of how best we can overcome this. And now in terms of what we're supposed to do, if we can at least give 3 concrete strengths and weaknesses within CSO Forum and 3 opportunities and weaknesses, opportunities and strengths that we think are there as our external factors, environment. The last slide, Jenny. In terms of the last slide, which we don't have to do now. This will be the last thing that I think after we have responded to gap analysis questions, after we've reflected to SWOT analysis questions, gap analysis questions, and policy analysis gaps. Then the last question that we'll do, we don't have to do it now, is now we'll reflect on the SWOT analysis and gap analysis to now use the information to now define where you want to see CSO Forum in the next 5 years. That will be in terms of our strategic goal, that will be in terms of our vision and mission, and then and clearly outline what we want to accomplish. That will be a strategic goal, and then describe what we're going to do. That will be our different key priority areas that I spoke about, and then identify resources, skills, knowledge, and expertise required. That will be in response to the gap analysis in terms of where we are, and that will also be in response to the weaknesses that we shall have identified, and also that will be in response to the threat. Because one of the threats that Funding is one of the threats. The shrinking CSO space is one of the threats. So the last number D, identify resources, will be now how do you then respond to those threats that are there, and then how do you also respond to the weakness that exists within the CSO Forum. The last slide. I think this brings us to the end of my short presentation, and I hope today you prayed and everyone managed to hear me. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Monso, for that presentation. Just taking us through the strategic direction for the forum. I think I wonder whether there is any question from the panelists or the attendees on Monso's presentation. We need to finish this in 10 minutes. I'm aware of time, so if you can perhaps share your comments or feedback on Monso's presentation, we'd really appreciate. Right, I think there is no comment on Monso's presentation. So colleagues, friends, we want to conclude the Eastern African regional convening. And I think I want to thank our partners, Save the Children International, Plan, UNICEF, the National Coalition partners who make up the members of the Eastern African Coalition. I want to thank the coordinating committee of the CSO Forum, led by Felicitas. I also want to thank the Secretariat of the EACRN, Ben and Fresha. Thank you very much for your support. I want to also thank the Management Committee of the EACRN for supporting our work. And participants who are joining us from YouTube, Twitter, and live streaming from all the different networks. We want to really thank you for participating and sharing in your comments and feedback. We hope that we will continue deliberating on these issues as we go along. And